second one, Isabella Cagliardi, with a contribution in language independent searching tools for cultural heritage on the QueryLab platform. Isabella.
Hello to everyone. My
Good
colleague.
morning. The floor is yours. If you can please turn on your camera and share your presentation, that will be nice.
Yes, but I will not present my paper, but my colleague, Maria Teresa Artese, which is online in this moment.
Good morning.
Excellent.
Okay.
Good morning. I will start. I share the screen. Okay. The number one is one. Can you see my
Yes,
presentation?
but you have to activate your presentation. Yes,
Okay.
we see your beautiful background.
Okay. And where is now? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. I'm Maria Teresa Artese from IMATI CNR of Milano, and I am here together with my colleague Isabella Gagliardi to present a work in progress relative to the QueryLab platform developed to study and test new searching tools for cultural heritage. The QueryLab platform is an environment created to integrate different cultural heritage archives expressed in different languages. All inventories considered contains both tangible and intangible items and are queried all at the same time. The query phase is transparent for users. The system offers also multimodal means to navigate and search data and make users able to interact successfully with them, even if they are not expert in the field or not familiar with the content or language in which data are expressed. The platform has been designed to be able to handle two types of database inventories. Local inventories stored into different local databases with different metadata regarding tangible and intangible cultural heritage and museums, and also remote inventories integrated via RESTful web services provided by each archive, whose data are queried at their home without any caching system or local copies. Web inventories integrated so far are Europeana, Cooper Hewitt, Victoria and Albert Museums, Réunion Musées Nationaux inventory containing data from most famous museums of France, Auckland Museum, and the Digital Public Library of America. Different ways to interact with databases have been designed according to the different types of users expected and depending on their information needs and knowledges. They can be experts, communities, tourists, and general web users. We studied and developed 3 different ways to interact with data and in increasing order of complexity and automation. The first one we offer is themed routes taken from the analysis of tags extracted from different local inventories. This is a way to offer a taste of contents of inventories involved. Tags are organized and structured in a tree form by experts, all expressed in different languages to create predefined pathways useful to explore and retrieve semantically similar documents. This is an example of predefined pathways. We can see here all tags labeled as objects. The user can choose one by clicking on it and having the query performed immediately in all the inventories available. We can see here the examples taken from the Europeana inventory and also, for example, from Cooper Hewitt archive. As for second one, semantic query expansion starts from a simple term typed in by the user and using multilingual resources such as WordNet and MultiWordNet offers different groups of cognitive synonyms of the term, which are organized into a tree structure and can be used to enlarge or refine a query. We can see here, for example, the term dance chosen by the user. MultiWordNet offers here all different synsets organized in a tree structure with translations. The user can choose one of them and clicking on it, the query will be performed using all terms of the synset chosen in all the languages available. Selecting the synset in yellow, for example, we have the results from Victoria and Albert Museum, and from intangible heritage, a local database based on ICH Lite metadata that we developed and collected in previous works. And the third one is visual suggestions. We have developed to offer suggestions of possible queries related to one performed using all text that web services provided, together with the results of a query. The most relevant texts are used to build a word cloud, which can be the basis of new queries. These texts are in the language of inventories. We have not developed this tool yet, but we can see here the idea we are developing from the results of a query, for example, the query wedding taken from the DPLA archive. The analysis of text produced the word cloud shown here, so the user can refine the query having the visual information about the number of items related to each tag, and simply clicking one of these can refine his query. In this example, we take results from the Union Musée National archive using the same query wedding, and tags extracted here are in French language. The word cloud of text is shown to users, and they can refine their query even if tags are expressed in a different language that they probably don't know. In this example,
Maria? Yes, okay, no problem, thank you.
For conclusions, we can say that the work is still in progress, and these tools we are giving positive results, and we are going on to be to integrate also different new archives for Query Lab. Thank you. You can see here also the link where you can enjoy our platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria, and congratulations for your project. Well done. We will move to the next speaker, Martha Moshe, with a contribution on co-designing digital engagement with cultural heritage sites in Africa. Martha, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, sir. Please allow me to share my screen. I hope you can hear me well.
Martha, if you can tell us from which country you are.
I'm from Tanzania, but I'm based in Namibia in Africa.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm assuming you can now see my screen and myself.
Yes, we can.
Yes, and we can hear you.
Thank you very
well.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll be presenting on a short paper submission titled Co-Designing Digital Engagements with Cultural Heritage Sites in Africa, a research roadmap for the Brandberg National Monument area in Namibia. The paper was submitted by myself and Professor Lorenzo Cantoni. Area is the site in question, and the area is over 450 square kilometers. It is rich in archeological heritage and has a high concentration of prehistoric rock art. It is also rich in biodiversity and plant species. A lot of academic research has been done on the area, and most of the material that is found within the area is digitized at the Arak Digital Library. This is an online open access database, which is hosted by the African Archaeological Archive Cologne at the University of Cologne in Germany. They have been digitizing material ever since 2012. Now, we will be working on the ABCDE framework, hopefully, and this framework features access to high quality information and heritage sites, bettering visitor experiences, connecting heritage sites itself, locals and visitors, and disintermediation of relationships between visitors and locals, and finally, educating the main stakeholders. So the project therefore aims to reuse and repurpose materials found at the digital heritage site, at the digital library, to present it to the public. To be clear, The research objectives are to identify existing public engagement strategies used with the site, to explore the best digital engagement tools for the site which make use of the digital library, to co-design a digital engagement and governance framework for the site, to develop digital engagement tools for the site, and to evaluate and improve them based on the actual usages. The following questions will be looked at, which includes: what are the existing strategies for public engagement with the site? What possible digital engagement tools would be best used for the heritage sites in Africa? And how best to co-design a digital engagement and governance framework which work in the African context for a heritage site. Our ultimate project goal, therefore, is to design digital engagement tools and a digital engagement and governance framework for heritage sites which could work in the African context. So for those of you who were present at yesterday's workshop 4, we are hoping to take that discussion that was ongoing forward, therefore hopefully get some answers to some of the questions that were asked. I thank you very much for paying attention and attending my presentation. Thank you, and over to you, Marina.
Thank you very much, Martha.
Thank you.
Congratulations for your project.
Thank you.
We will move to the next speaker, who is Markella Elbida Chihla, with a contribution from COVID-19 and Greek museums. Markella?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
I had a problem with my mic.
If you
Sorry?
can share, please, your screen.
Yes,
And
because I had a problem with my microphone, I recorded my presentation earlier. Would you mind to play it now?
no problem. Please
Okay.
go ahead.
Thank you very much. Hello, my topic is COVID-19 and Greek museums. This is my poster. Attracting visitors is the main goal of most museums around the world. And for this reason, they devise many ways to attract an audience that will come in contact with their collections. The attendance, and therefore the reference to numbers of people who show interest in works of art or cultural monuments, is not only mentioned to emphasize the need to acquire historical knowledge or aesthetic pleasure, but also for the financial independence of the museum, since sustainability is also required in the cultural sector. After all, the cultural and creative industries consist exclusively of cultural products. However, the period of coronavirus domination in the time we're going through has completely changed the data on the reception of culture, which is without a doubt a human need that completes the human physical personality. Adaptation to the new reality was now mandatory in order to keep people in touch, with museums at a time when general or specific lockdowns were in the agenda around the world. Although the museums remained closed for a long time, or at best were under-operated, they remained open to the public with the help of digital technology and the new opportunities offered by the electronic world. The acquisition of knowledge through museum exhibits and the need for education are processes that have inherent characteristics that are linked to man. The effort to modernize museums in Greece was represented so that small and large cultural institutions completed ideas and original actions, for example, the Onassis Foundation. However, apart from the online transmission of recorded theatrical performances, the quarantine period due to COVID-19, in combination with new technologies, gave birth to new means of expressions in the field of theatre. It is worth mentioning the first theatrical performance in Greece, entitled Tamerong, which was created entirely through internet, and where all the actors interpreted their role from their own environment through an online platform. Regarding the museums and the promotion of the cultural heritage in the period of COVID-19, remarkable efforts were made both by the state and private bodies. The world-famous Google Art and Sculpture application includes Greek museums where from anywhere in the world, the digital visitor can visit their collections. Some of the museums that can be visited digitally are the Acropolis Museum, the Theokarakis Foundation, the National Gallery, the Benaki Museum, the Museum of Cycladic Art, etc. The Greek Ministry of Culture took important initiatives. One of the large programs with the name All Greece, One Culture deals with the connection of the ancient with the modern culture. Through this perspective, new ideas were cultivated and interesting artistic actions were created. It is not an exaggeration to claim that new values were promoted, such as, for example, the emergence of voice and sound as expressive elements, which owe their inspiration to the confinement of people in their homes or hospitals, and the silence that followed as a necessary evil. The examples exist to prove the reality that the world has lived and still lives, but also to highlight art once again as a value of empathy with universal characteristics. The culture of quarantine was manifested by the huge increase of visitation in virtual reality environments, where visitors feel the sense of real visit. Nevertheless, in the virtual visit, which is based on the theory of illusion, the visitor experiences the museum experience as a personal experience, in the same way that the viewer identifies with the hero of a film or literature. It is an aesthetic experience where the visitor, the creator, and the artwork are one in a shared digital environment. According to the research of the Hellenic Statistic Authority, the number of visitors of Greek museums in June 2020, the first month of their reopening from quarantine, shows a decrease of 97% compared to June of 2019, while the number of visitors of archeological sites shows a decrease of 96.4% compared to that of 2019. However, the fact that the Louvre Museum had more online visits during the quarantine period than physical visitors through 2019 shows that people worldwide interested in museums and cultural heritage is not insignificant. Thank you.
Excuse me. Hello.
Thank you.
Margella,
Yes, I'm here.
something happened to your video? Unexpectedly finished or came to the end?
No, it's finished.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, would you like to ask me something or?
No. We will keep the question and answer at the end of the session. Thank you very much, Margella. We are moving to the next presentation from Caterina Cavazzi about the reliability analysis of an evaluation experiment on cultural websites. Caterina.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, just a moment to share my screen.
Yes, please.
Okay. In this paper, we describe the evaluation experiment of the websites of museums conservation labs. For this purpose, an experiment has been implemented in the past with the participation of 81 subjects, and the multi-criteria decision-making model has been used for processing the results and draw conclusions about the electronic presence of the conservation labs of museums. Focus of the paper is on performing a reliability analysis of the whole experiment. This analysis involved two main tests, one for the participants and one for the questionnaire. We used multi-criteria decision-making for the evaluation of the websites, and more specifically, we have used a combination of two different multi-criteria decision-making theories, analytical hierarchy process and weighted product model. And the steps for applying this was defining the criteria and designing the questionnaire, in which we have used AHP, estimating the criteria, again AHP, setting the group of decision makers, and rating criteria for all websites, step number 4. And step number 5 is ranking alternatives by applying the weighted product model. The criteria have been selected by a previous paper and have been 14: currency, clarity, and text comprehension, completeness and richness, quality content, support of research, consistency, accessibility, structure and navigation, easy to use and simplicity, user interface, overall presentation, efficiency, multilingualism, multimedia, interactivity, and adaptivity. The next step was to estimate the weights of the criteria. Here we can see the weights as these have been estimated in a previous paper, applying AHP. We can see that the quality of content is the most important criterion, which is this criteria here. Then we created a group of decision makers. More specifically, we had 81 different users, which were professional researchers in conservation, students at advanced undergraduate or postgraduate level, informed users, or general public that was interested in these websites. So these 81 users visited these websites and were asked to answer a questionnaire which was designed taking into account the criteria that was before mentioned. Sorry. As soon as the values of the questionnaire, the answers of the questionnaire were collected, we ranked the alternatives by applying the weighted product model for each different website. See, here we can see the websites and the values of the weighted product model created, and how how these websites were ranked. We can see that the National Gallery of Greece and Penaki Museum were rated very high. However, the main focus of this paper is on performing reliability analysis that involve the reliability testing of the participants and reliability testing of the questionnaire. First, we ran the reliability test of the different raters in order to see if they are correct. Then we could run a reliability test for the questionnaire. For this purpose, we ran the test by calculating the intra-class correlation coefficient to find out how strongly the decision makers participating in the experiment resemble each other on rating each website. This process revealed that the value of intra-class correlation coefficient was 0.98, which was very satisfactory. So they didn't do it accidentally, but they really focused on the websites. So all participants were considered reliable. Then we ran a reliability test for the questionnaire, again calculating intra-class correlation coefficient. And of course, we saw that, again, we saw that the questionnaire was very reliable. So first we run a reliability test for the participants. Then we run a reliability test for the questionnaire. Both of these were found very successful. And as a result, the specific questionnaire could be used for the evaluation of any website of cultural content. I think I'm on time. I tried to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katerina. Very nice presentation. And a nice algorithm, I would say. We are moving to the next session with a contribution from Cyprus, from Eleftherios Ioannou. Eleftherios?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you, we can see you. If you can share, please, your screen with us.
Yes.
The green button.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right, so hi, I'm Eleftherios. This work's title is called Augmented Reality Cultural Route at the Xeros River Valley in Larnaca, Cyprus. And this is the work done in cooperation with Andreas Lanidis from the Department of Multimedia and Graphic Arts of the University of Technology Cyprus and RISE, and in collaboration with Athanasios Vionis, Yorgos Papandoniou, and Nikis Avidis from the archeological unit of the University of Cyprus. That's the overview of the presentation. Unlocking Sacred Landscapes of Cyprus is an archaeological field project that aims at the systematic exploration of landscape archaeology and the formation and evolution of settled sacred places in Cyprus and in the Xeros River Valley through time from prehistory to today. Xeros River Valley, as you can see in the figure, is located at the major junction of the Nicosia-Limassol, Nicosia-Larnaca and Larnaca-Limassol modern motorway. This area includes landmarks of collective memory, such as the abandoned Turkish Cypriot settlements, Christian and Muslim religious monuments in Kofino and Alaminos, and the Turkish Cypriot cemetery of Kofino, which are some examples of exceptional traditional culture. So the idea of our project is to produce an AR application, and the basic idea is to place target images or QR codes at each monument's location along a designed route. Then the users are encouraged to visit those monuments and scan those images to view information in the form of text, images, 360 viewers, and of course AR content which is placed in their surrounding environment. So we aim with this application to narrate the historicity of the landscape, and inform about the fate of the monuments of the last 1,500 years. We also, by allowing the visitors to visualize settlements that used to exist in the area, we aim to attract more visitors and promote the dissemination of cultural heritage. Some implementation details. On the top, you can see some 360 images that we captured from the interior of the monuments, which are inaccessible, but we offer the visitors the opportunity to view them through our application. On the bottom, you can see on the left, it's an indication figure that we got from the archaeologist. And on the right, it's a 3D model that we created of a medieval longhouse to match this indication. The app was developed in Unity, and to place the 3D model in the AR scene, we needed to transform the real GPS coordinates into the Unity workspace. For the latitude conversion, we needed to multiply with a constant to transform it. And for the longitude, we needed to use this mathematical equation that you can see here. Then we were able to spawn the 3D object by calculating an offset in longitude and latitude. After the placement of the object, we also offered the users user alignment, user interface for placing the model and aligning it better with our surroundings. So they had the opportunity to fix any alignment issues due to GPS inaccuracies. This is screen recording from our last visit on site. I hope you can see that video okay. So once the user scans a QR code near the monument, he can see textual information, which is also available in Greek and Turkish and in English. Then the 3D model of the medieval settlement is placed in the surrounding environment. And basically that's what we wanted to achieve, to blend the real, which in this occasion is the Church of Panagia Kofinu, with the virtual, which in this case is the medieval longhouse, so that the medieval settlement that used to exist in the area. So concluding, users are immersed in a treasure hunt-like game while participating in an innovative experience in terms of the act of visiting archaeological sites. And the location-based approach in combination with a manual user alignment allowed an adequate registration of the virtual model in the real-world environment. For the future work, we firstly need, of course, to place signs with the QR codes in each monument location. And we also need to conduct a user survey to evaluate functionality and the educational impact of the application. I think the last weekend the application was made available for the first time to the wider public, and we got some good feedback from a few people who visited the site. And we can also enhance the reality of the 3D model, which is placed in the AR scene. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eleftherios. Well done. We are moving to the next presenter, Sophie Dixon, with the contribution from doing more with your cultural heritage collections. Looking forward to see what we can do more with this, what we have, Sophie.
Well, hi, Marinos. Thank you. I'm just having a little issue starting my camera. See if that works. Yes. Hello. Okay, so I'll just share my screen.
We can hear you. We can see you. If you can share, please, your presentation.
Excellent. Can you see my screen?
We can see now your presentation too. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so hello, my name is Sophie Dixon. I'm an artist working with 3D and immersive technologies and the co-founder of Nemesine. We're a creative studio working on web-based and immersive experiences for cultural heritage. I'm also a sessional lecturer for games design and filmmaking here in Brighton, in the UK. So the title for my poster session is Doing More with 3D Cultural Heritage Collections. Galleries, libraries, archives, and museums are increasingly using photogrammetry to digitize objects from their collections as 3D models. These models present an exciting opportunity to create new and engaging experiences, which would not be possible with their real-life counterparts. So at Nemesine, we've delivered projects using photogrammetry and 3D collections, from educational applications to storytelling, from web-based, immersive to fully rendered virtual reality environments. And in this poster session, I want to share a few case studies exploring how at Nemesine we've used photogrammetry objects from museums as a starting point for a number of immersive projects. So this is a small selection of objects at the top, and I'll talk about how we've used them in different projects. So the first item here, this was a project with the Science Museum. I was approached by the museum to take a number of previously digitized objects. So there's the bleach jar here and a carbolic steam spray that you can see here. And we were asked to optimize the models, repair them in some cases, and animate them to show how the objects were originally used. So in this example, I had to show how in the leech jar there were leeches swimming around. This was shown in Sketchfab. And then there were other examples showing how weighing scales worked. Also a rather complex EEG machine that I had to repair to show how the needles moved, the paper moved through the machine, and finally the carbolic steam spray. So to show, yes, how it would work. And key challenges here were optimizing the models so that they would load quickly, and also recreating these animations using broad research to strive for historical accuracy. The second project is Nomad. So again, the starting point, these objects, or this is one of the objects we started with, digitized at the British Museum. And Nomad, which you can see here, was a collaboration with Abira Hussain, an archivist and researcher for Somali heritage in the UK, and Nemesine. And these objects that you can see here were the starting point, digitized from the British Museum. And we wanted to show how they could be contextualized with the people and places to which they belonged. So these are everyday utilitarian objects. And what we did was that when you put the HoloLens on, so this headset here, you can still see your real life environment, but you'd see these objects as holograms, and you could tap on the objects. And when you do so, you would see a holographic person using them. So you would see the use. And we also use this as an opportunity to connect the objects with sounds from the British Library's collection, traditional Somali music. Key challenges here, again, optimization. HoloLens is a mobile device. And Nomad was designed as a touring experience to travel across London, so different Somali communities could use it. However, the HoloLens is very expensive, and this raised issues of accessibility. We wanted this to be accessible to everyone. So to accompany the HoloLens experience, we created on the left here web-based augmented reality postcards where you could sort of see the objects and hear the sounds associated with them. So it was a slightly smaller scale experience, but the benefit here was that everyone could take these postcards home and use them on their mobile phones. And finally, a project that I'm currently working on is this one here. And this is Grace, due for launch next year. Because of COVID, it's been put back a little bit. Grace Darling was a national heroine, or is a national heroine. And she is a young woman who grew up in a lighthouse that you can see here off the coast of northern England. And she became famous at the end of the 1800s for rescuing survivors from a ship which was shipwrecked off a nearby rock to her lighthouse home. So the starting point for this experience was I went to the Grace Darling Museum in Northumberland, and I used photogrammetry to digitize objects from the collection. A number of objects from sewing box to the cradle that she had as a child. And now what I'm doing is I'm recreating her home in this remote lighthouse using virtual reconstruction. So I'm doing this by using archival references, architectural plans and drawings, and yes, putting the lighthouse together so that these museum objects can sit back inside the place they came from. In Grace, the user wears a virtual reality headset and they move through the lighthouse. It's quite a poetic experience. The idea being that you sort of, as you move through the lighthouse, you move through the story of her life. And also due to, I think, a lot of us working in this sector around head-based experiences, COVID-19 has been quite an interesting challenge to navigate. So with this project, I'm also looking at creating immersive film installation, just in case we feel that headsets aren't suitable next year. So in summary, as photogrammetry becomes more accessible, I'm very excited to see more 3D heritage objects made available, and look forward to exploring what we can do to engage audiences with them in new and exciting ways. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sophie, with a very nice presentation. We are moving to the next one presentation coming from Jonathan Barbara, digitizing the Neolithic hypogeny. Jonathan?
Good morning, Marinos. Your colleagues.
We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you very well.
Testing.
Can you talk? Can you talk, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Your colleagues
can hear you. Yes.
Your colleagues should have my. Your colleagues should have my presentation, and they can launch it, please.
Just wish.
Andreas and Georgia.
No, it doesn't look that they have your presentation, or it's a misunderstanding.
No, they have it. They have it.
Good morning, everyone. I am Jonathan Barbara, and on behalf of St. Martin's Institute of Higher Education in Malta, I welcome you to this short presentation on our work in digitizing the Neolithic hypogeum of Halsaflini. The Halsaflini hypogeum in Malta is this year celebrating its 40th anniversary since it was added to the World Heritage List with an outstanding universal value according to criteria 3 as a unique monument of exceptional value. This underground burial complex is over 6,000 years old, featuring an echo chamber and paintings in red ochre pigment, the only temple period paintings on the island. It has a very fragile microclimate, such that only 10 visitors are allowed per hour, each having a maximum visit duration of 10 minutes. Access to the site is further limited to the top 2 of the site's 3 floors and then only part thereof. Based on a laser scan of the complex, we have developed a virtual reality experience that helps by giving greater accessibility while reducing the human imprint on the site. Access may be restricted by protective measures around the site, such as its time-limited visits, walkways, individuals' issues of mobility, claustrophobia, or the site's geographical location on a small island in the Mediterranean, especially in challenging times such as the year 2020. This project does not just provide a digital representation of the hypogeum of Halsaflini, but it offers an experience. A VR experience that simulates the sun shining onto the upper level of the complex, itself currently situated under a 2-story building. Those who have last seen the sun rise and set upon this complex have long been dead. Navigating around the complex in a drone-like craft for greater accessibility, the environment is faithfully reproduced not only visually but also orally, using acoustic effects acquired from on-site recordings. Information panels that pop up on approaching information spots tell the story of the site through the ages, while a pull-up map helps the visitor find their way around. The experience is not only virtual. A microcontroller interface replicates the virtual motion into real-life movement for the virtual visitor to experience the fullest of immersion and minimizing motion sickness. The never-ending line of students queuing up for the experience over a 3-day gaming technology exhibition was a sure sign of its success. However, given the pandemic situation, we chose to expand the accessibility to the project by releasing a 360-degree VR film on YouTube, which you can see above me, attracting over 8,300 organic views over 2 months, and the lightweight VR mobile app with gaze-driven navigation, which will be released shortly. Please follow the progress of the project at the link provided here below. The applications of this project are threefold: providing access to the site to a much larger audience than the site can afford, while helping securing the actual site for future generations. Meeting the younger generations on their digital platform, it exposes them to their cultural heritage and instills a thirst for knowledge that can result in physical visits to other similar sites. Providing experimental archaeologists with an as close to the original representation as currently possible in order to explore what-if scenarios for undocumented sites such as this one. And yet, to get there, the project needs further work, such as real-time ray tracing to depict the illumination of the lower levels by sunlight, acoustic crossfading as one navigates between the chambers, better contextual audio specific to each chamber, augmenting the visual representation with the placement of 3D models of artifacts native to the site, providing further agency in the lightweight variation for edutainment purposes, and building upon this experience to deliver intangible heritage experiences to the virtual visitors. In closing, I would like to thank Heritage Malta for their assistance and support, and you, the audience, for your attention. We invite you to read our short paper, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have, now or in the future via email. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Jonathan. Nice presentation.
Thank you.
Moving in the catacombs, yes, and at the same time around your poster. Well done. Thank you very much, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Question and answer at the end of the session.
Lovely.
We are moving to the next presentation, another one presentation from the Mnemosine project from Edward Silverton. Edward, you are with us. We see you.
You see my screen?
Yes, and we can see you too. Yes, floor is yours. Thank you.
So yeah, I'm Ed Silverton. I'm a co-founder of Mnemosine, a creative studio based in Brighton. I've been working in the GLAM sector, galleries, libraries, archives, museums, on the Universal Viewer since about 2013. I'm co-chair of the IIIF 3D community group, and along with Sophie, we're interested in exploring ways to tell stories with interoperable digital collections, both in screen-based and immersive contexts. So my poster session today is about a new project called Exhibit. Some background on that. The University of St Andrews, who commissioned this project, the 600-year-old, I believe one of the oldest universities in the world. I've just learned that. University in Scotland, in the UK. They have over 2 million objects in their digital collections, ranging from rare books and manuscripts to a growing collection of 3D objects. The Esme Fairbairn Collections Fund recently awarded them a Sustaining Engagement with Collections grant to find ways to share their collections while traditional and physical access is not possible during the pandemic. So Exhibit.so was the result of that. It's a new tool for creating engaging interactive presentations using IIIF, the International Image Interoperability Framework. Built by Mnemosine in partnership with the University of St Andrews, Exhibit enables users to load images or 3D objects from any IIIF supporting online catalogue via the Universal Viewer. They can then be woven into presentations using Exhibit's Zoom and Describe feature. So we sort of separate the different stages of Exhibit into 3 categories: create, narrate, and share. And you can see a kind of a, you know, the edit view and the presentation view here. So when creating, any number of IIIF manifests can be imported. These can be from St Andrews collection or any collection, as long as it supports IIIF. It supports both high resolution images and 3D models. You can duplicate existing exhibits or populate new exhibits by adding a button to your digital catalogue, such as this, Add to Exhibit. There's no logins required. So this is an important factor for St Andrews. They wanted their students to be able to create exhibits, but not necessarily have to create a user account. So to avoid kind of, you know, privacy impact assessments and things like that. So that was one factor. And there's a duplicate feature. So when you start your presentation, there's a button saying duplicate. And this enables you to, if you're a lecturer, you can create an exhibit, add items and annotations, and then send that to your students, and then they can click duplicate and use those existing items rather than starting from scratch. So for narration, you add an item here where you import your IIIF manifest, and then it's visualized here on the right in the Universal Viewer. And then you have text fields where you can zoom in on an area. This is fossilized fish from St Andrew's collection, and write a description, write a caption, and hit the OK button. And you can keep doing that to create a kind of ongoing kind of presentation where it zooms and rotates and pans to that spot on the object or image. And these are easily reorderable as well, so you can click on these and drag them into the order that you want. They also can allow formatting, so you can include bullet lists or color the text or links or block quotes, etc. So the final stage is to share it. So there's a share button here that opens a dialog, and it's much like a kind of a Google Doc, where you have the option to have two types of links, an edit link or a view link. And if you share the edit link with someone, they see the editor. If they share the view link, they only have access to the view, the presentation itself. There's also the option to embed the presentation into your website. So in the share dialog, there's an iframe where you can take that code and embed it elsewhere, say a blog, or what St Andrews are doing is using Moodle to allow their students to embed exhibits as part of their coursework submissions. So far, it's been extremely popular with the staff and students, and we're seeing a lot of use, and we think it's due to the kind of simple user interface. People find it quite approachable. And if you want to learn more, then the website is exhibit.so. Everything is fully documented on there, and we have a Slack channel as well for the Universal Viewer, where if you join there, we can answer any questions you may have. And I think that's it. Handing back to Marinos.
Thank you very much, Edward. Well done. Thanks. We're moving to the next one presentation with presenter Saif Alatash.
Yeah, hello.
About the potential of implementing interactive storytelling experience for museums. Saif.
Yeah, hello, good morning. Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning. Let me share the screen.
Yes, please. You have only 5 minutes, Saif, yeah? Yes, we see your presentation.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for giving me this opportunity. So I will present our paper today, which is the potential of implementing interactive storytelling experience for museum. I'm a PhD student under the co-title program between two universities, Coventry and Deakin University. So basically what I'm investigating, our paper proposed a theoretical solution toward enhancing the interpretation process between the museum and the visitors displays during the visit. So we all know that museum institutions prevail important role, especially for previous human culture. And it's not only a place for conserving the previous culture as objects, but also a place of education and sharing knowledge. So therefore, we are investigating the influence of interactive storytelling experience in museum environments. So the main gap here is contextualization, and the lack of contextualization could interfere with the actual meaning of these objects. So integration of immersive technology could allow us to provide the actual meaning through following storytelling and gamification content in our approach. So this is the gap, as you can see, this illustration provides us, which is the gap between the visitors and the museum objects. So what we are going to do here, we're going to implement different elements of gamification and storytelling. So we are using technology as the instrument to fulfill this gap. So usually visitors remember approximately 90% of what they are doing according to these statistics, and rather than 50% what they see. That's why interaction is important. And museum collection also provides, let's say, storytelling could allow us to structure this meaning. So as you can see, we are going to follow the main three-active structure in our project. So which is based on first the setup, concentration, and resolution. So we're going to follow this paradigm, which is also used in based on film paradigm also. So also regarding the gamifications, visitors basically facing challenging sometimes. For example, they want to explore, they want to entertain, and they also want to learn something. That's why in our paper we're investigating the gamification sides. So different elements of gamification, such as leaderboard point and badges, could be helpful in the experiments. So what we are trying to do here, basically our paper will propose a new framework based on the original model of Shannon and Weaver. So as you can see here, we got three different models of communications. There is the linear model, transitional model, and also the interactional model. But the problem is each model of these, they have a limitation, especially of how we can handle, send and receive the message. It could be a noise, could be there is a lack of feedback between the channels. So in our paper, we propose this framework, which is basically a part of ongoing research. So here we can see we got the museum sender, and here we got the visitors. So in between, we got the contextualization process, and how we can collect and how we can enhance the visitor experience. We can collect the feedback from the visitors and send it to the museum curators to enable to analyze this data and enhance the, let's say, the VR experience, for example, and test it again. And this is based on hermeneutic understanding circle. So in our case, I'm using culture, engineering heritage, because usually engineering heritage is a very complex subject. So in our case, I'm using this engineering object. So sometimes find it people difficult to understand this type of very complicated objects. So basically, this is my main case study. And this could be done through testing three different different experiments in order to collect the data from the visitors. So as I said, this is a part of ongoing research, still in the early stages, and we hopefully share new data with you in the next and upcoming year. So yeah, overall, this is the main research. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. A very nice presentation. Interesting project. We're moving to the next presenter, coming from Italy, very good friend, Pier Giacomo Sola, with a contribution about creative and critical thinking approach in education, the Creative School Project. Looking forward to
thank you.
Creativity in the schools. Yes, we see you, we are hearing you, and of course we can see also your presentation.
Thank you very much, Marinos. Thank you, first of all, for giving us the opportunity to present this project. That is quite different from the other one, because here the intervention of technology is very, very limited, since it's focusing on educational purposes. The Creative School Project has been funded with the support of the Erasmus Plus program, and it includes several partners from 7 countries, and it aims at increasing the use of the educational potential present in the digital collection of European cultural institutions. And of course, our main focus was European from the very beginning, but there are plenty of digital collections that have a major potential for education. So what is the objective? First of all, is creativity and school. So we don't start from the scratch, but we build on the outcomes of two previous Erasmus Plus projects, the Creative Museum and the Making Museum project that starting from 2015, more or less, start working together with the makers. That means that the creative artists that can visit, enter within the museum, work together with the museum educators in order to start thinking at the presentation of a digital collection in a different way, introducing a different perception and point of view. Of course, the objective of the Creative School project is to reproduce this model within an educational environment, any kind of school, in the sense that we're working with both primary or secondary school. For instance, in Bologna, the city where I'm working here in Italy, we're working with the School of Art that for sure is much interest concerned with all the aspects concerned with artistic production and creativity. So the structure of the project is quite basic in the sense that first of all, we start with an analysis of the training information needs of teachers, educators, children, and parents, because for sure our idea is try to involve all the different stakeholders involved in the educational process in order to stimulate a different way of learning and knowing, in increasing the knowledge and the curiosity of the participant. The second step is the development of educational training material starting from the digital collection present in European GLAMs. And at the end of the project, our goal is also to prepare a set of guidelines, recommendations in order to help other teachers or other museum educators all over Europe to reuse the materials that have been developed and recreate their own for their own specific purposes. The first part of the project was focusing on the development of the first output, that is the methods to include a creative and critical thinking approach in education. And of course, its work is based on the analysis that has been done of several teachers that has been involved in the project, in focus group, interviews, and so on. Of course, in such a way, pandemic and the lockdown created some problems, but not too much, because for sure the distance dimension of the educational process here has not been a major problem at all. So at the end of the day, what are we going to do in the next 12 months? To create a set of open educational resources. That means educational training materials that can be used by everybody that is present on the web. And of course, we want to increase the creativity dimension, and the characteristic that we are focusing on for the development of this material is that it must be cross-curricular and interdisciplinary, respectful, that means that not only creativity, but critical thinking is one of the main keyword now in the educational process in order to support multicultural and respectful education. Adaptable in the sense that the materials must be easily transferable and reusable by other teachers, by other educators. Flexible, in order to be used in different contexts, and not only online, but also offline, according to the characteristic of the targets students. Thinking routine and strategies in order to stimulate the students to develop their own learning mechanism and progress. Electronic, digital, because for sure in the lockdown situations, the possibility to use the digital collection and to create educational materials usable through the internet is very flexible and potential, but powerful, and differentiated in the sense that it must be flexible, adaptable to the different needs of the teachers that are going to use them. We use this set of characteristics in order to create a craft. Craft is the acronym of all these objectives that will represent what we are going to develop. And of course, everybody that is interested to having some more information and also to collaborate with us is welcome. And I'm very happy to have the opportunity to share this presentation with you, open to answer to your question at the end of the session. Many thanks, Marinos, once more.
Thank you very much, Pier Giacomo. Nice presentation. Moving to the next one from Elena Corradini. With contribution coming or reporting about the network of the Italian University Museums for the diffusion of the scientific culture. Elena, we can see you.
Many thanks, but I think that our colleague have to finish with the screen because I cannot share the screen if...
No, it's not my fault that it's been already...
I don't know, because
you can share
I
your screen.
cannot share now. I try.
Can you please try again? Perfect.
Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Do you see my screen?
Yes,
sorry.
Yes, we can.
Many thanks. Many thanks.
But you have to go to the presentation mode. Yes, exactly.
Okay. Many thanks to the organizer for this opportunity. I present the digital activities of the Italian University Museum Network, starting from a first project realized between 2013 and 2015 for the identity of the Italian University Museum Network. We have digitized the cultural heritage of our museum, cataloging our scientific collection in collaboration with the Ministry of Cultural Heritage and Tourism. And then we realized a bilingual web portal with 80 narrative paths divided in 4 themes: environment, landscape, history of scientific instrument, and stories. And then, thanks a second project between 2016 and 2018, we realized 56 experiential paths dedicated to main 3 themes: biodiversity, color, and time, published in the second section of the web portal for one of the most relevant goals of the university, lifelong guidance to the scientific method and culture. And this year, from October, is online a bilingual web magazine, University Heritage. And last year, we realized an online census of all the Italian University Museum with a detailed description of their collection and management, promoted by the Conference of the Italian University Rectors, and a dedicated web portal is in process of publication. And now is under presentation to the Ministry of Education, University and Research, a new project for the diffusion of the scientific culture. This is the first project that has involved 64 university museums, 38 collections, 9 botanical gardens of 13 universities. Here there are the 13 universities for the realization of a web portal with the 4 themes with 80 narrative paths divided in these 4 themes. A lot of disciplines are represented in these paths. Here are the 11 most representative, and to catalog our collection, we used the general informative system of catalog on the web of the Central Institute for Cataloging and Documentation of the Ministry of Cultural Heritage and Tourism to contribute to the Italian General Catalog. We have cataloged 28,000 specimens or objects using 17 different kinds of catalog cards into the CIGEC web. Each narrative path have the same structure, an introduction, the possibility of browsing the collection through the object items catalog cards, and then you can visit the museum and observe the collection in its actual context. And then in another section, you can discover the area of the collection territorial provenance. This is the web portal with the 4 sections, and you can browse each path through the geographic area or browse the web portal, or through the disciplinary area, or through the timeline, or through each of the paths or itineraries that the university have realized. In the second project was involved 47 university museums, 2 big museums, 39 collections, and 12 botanical gardens of 11 universities. Here are the map of our network. Each path, each experiential educational path realized for the second project has the same structure with a conceptual map, a general objective, a specific objective, how to achieve it, the method, the articulation of the path, a detailed description of this path, a bibliography and a cytography. This is the home page of the second section of our website or web portal, and here is our magazine that is online from October. Is a university museum magazine, but this is important for us, is open to contribution from all professionals operating in the field of knowledge conservation, safeguard, and promotion of cultural heritage, not only for university museums. So if you want, please, you can join us with an article. And to conclude, last year, as I said before, we have done a census of the whole university museums that are in Italy. So 40 universities have university museum, and a dedicated web portal is under realization for this census for all the Italian university museums. I really thank you for your attention. Many thanks.
Thank you, Elena, and congratulations that you managed to bring all these universities together, to collaborate. We are moving to the next one presentation coming from Greece. We have a new presenter, Vasilis Poulopoulos, instead of Manolis Valas, which is a project related to from the history of science to future of science, with outreach and all these kind of things. So,
good morning, Dr. Ioannidis, and thank you very much. So I will be presenting a very differentiated approach to culture in education, as we are talking about the culture in the history of science. I am a member of the Knowledge and Uncertainty Research Lab and of the University of Peloponnese, and we are offering the last 4 or 5 years some free educational material to the prefecture of Peloponnese. So recently we were offering free robotics to courses for all pupils over there, but sometimes always the same people. Typically, minorities were left out. And talking about minorities, it was not only about people from different races, but also children that were not able to feel confident about themselves. So we designed a new and breaking project to empower actually minority students, and we always want to be able to have something related to culture in our projects. So we set up Argolida's Next Top Scientist. Argolida is a region in the prefecture of Peloponnese, and it's a history of science program especially designed for minority students. Actually, we were able to be funded by the Public Humanities Initiative by Stavros Niarchos Foundation, and the idea of the project is to try to find the history of science through the biographies of celebrated scientists, for example, Albert Einstein or Marie Curie, in order to empower students that are often found ostracized by both the school and the society, in order to understand that scientists that are really well known today and everybody is talking about them started their steps from large difficulties in their families and in their societies, but end up as being the largest and most well-known scientists in the world. So we are actually digging in the history of science, trying to find cultural related issues to the scientists in order to give the opportunity to students to know about it, so as to find new and top scientists in our areas. Moreover, we have been collaborating with various stakeholders in the region of Peloponnese, like the Foray of Antiquities or the municipalities, in order to make this program sustainable. We have a very small funding, but we want this to become a reality in the whole region of Peloponnese. We want to dig the history and find the culture of scientists in order to prepare the scientists of our future. This is another, let's say, project by RAVLab, the Knowledge and Uncertainty Research Lab. It's actually something very differentiated from what you have presented today, but we are trying to find culture in education in every aspect of our life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vasily. So we are continuing with the next one presentation coming from Giuseppe Pace. Giuseppe. Giuseppe is not here. He was online and then he disappeared. Then we are moving to the last one presentation coming from Taiwan, from our colleagues Alex Yen. Alex?
Yes.
Online? Yes, excellent. Thank you very much. We can see
Hello.
you, we can hear you. If you can share your presentation, please.
Yes.
Floor is yours, Alex.
It's okay. Can you see my screen?
No, we can't.
Not yet.
Already?
We can see your camera, but can you please click the button that says share screen in order to mirror what you see on your screen?
Can you see my screen?
No, we cannot. Now we can, yes. Go to your presentation.
Okay, one. Try again. Is that okay?
No, in the Zoom window at the bottom, you're going to see a few buttons. There's one that says share screen. Can you please click that?
Marinos, can you see my screen?
No, we cannot see your screen, but Alex, at the bottom
Yes.
of your Zoom window, there are different buttons. One of them is green, and
Yes, I know.
share screen is labeled with two words, share screen. If you activate that
Yes,
button,
share screen.
yes, if you activate it and then you go directly to the window of your presentation. Yes, exactly. Here we are.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your help. My dear friend, I'm Alex, I'm from Taiwan, and I'm teaching in the China University of Technology, and I'm trying to present my short paper that entitled The Application of Digital Integration Strategy for Cultural Heritage Conservation, a case study in Chongling settlement in Taiwan. As you know, in the year 2008, the Quebec Declaration, they announced that the digital technique, they have to efficiently and effectively, low cost, and integrate tangible and intangible heritage, and facilitate diversity and constant of renewed document and the spirit of the place. That is written in the Quebec Declaration. And in the same year, in ICOMOS released the very important ICOMOS Charter on the interpretation and the presentation of a cultural heritage site, and also highlight the international cooperation and the sharing of experiences are essential to develop and the maintaining standard in interpretation method and technology. That charter was written 12 years ago, and now we are still fighting for the standards. And I'm come from Taiwan as an island, and during the past 20 or 25 years, we have two stages to develop our digital technology to help to preserve our conservation of cultural heritage. The early stage is to focus on the document, the historical material, painting, and the images in the museum or monuments, and individually. And recently 10 years, we are try to turn our train to the technology of digitizing the cultural heritage as a whole. We use the concept of integration of the data. What is meaning of the integration? That we try to establish a conceptual diagram for the integrative technology for digitizing the entire life cycle. What is so-called entire life cycle of the built heritage? The first is the basic information. Because all the cultural heritage, they are listed. So the very first stage is so-called registered or registration. And second stage, the information of the restoration. A lot of information of the restoration, such as many colleagues, they try to establish the research, the HBIM is in this stage. And the third is the management and the maintenance of the cultural heritage. Is also a lot of information comes out from that period. So 1, 2, 3 stages are so-called the entire life cycle. We have to digitize and management all these materials. And in Taiwan, recently, since 2017, our Minister of Culture, they released a very important program, so-called regeneration of historical sites. There are 37 on-site projects are going. And the conceptual framework of this regeneration of historical site program is there are 6 dimensions. First, historical discourse. Second, the cultural governance. Third is cross-domain integration. The fourth is local capacity building. It's very important. We have to encourage the local people, the local participation. And the fifth is technical and aesthetic, and of course, to contemporary connection is also very important for the conservation and reuse of these monuments. So there's a case, so-called Chongqing settlement, is in Taiwan. It's an island outside the main island of the Taiwan, and our site is a village. And this village was listed as a heritage site in the year 2012. And they have more than 500 traditional houses you can see on the pictures. And in the regeneration of historical site project in Chongqing, we have 43 sub-projects. Wow, so many projects. We have to finish within 4 years. It's still ongoing projects. So our concept for Chongqing is to conserve the tangible and the intangible and link it together as a resources for the redevelopment. And we need community civic participation, and we use the digital technology not only to management, but try to have an added value. So we use the World Heritage strategy, 5C strategies, to the credibility, conservation, capacity building, communication, and the community to try to implement it in Chongqing case. And there comes the first challenge. So many data, then what to do? So the digital interpretation and the presentation of cultural heritage have to base those information, those data have to base on ontology to build. So we use C.CRM, and we learn a lot thanks to the archives. They can provide an open platform for us to build a platform to store or to represent those information. So if you check the Chongqing, you can find our Chongqing's information can put on the can be seen in the archives platform of Paul Getty Institute. And those are some images you can see. We use a link open data concept to build and disseminate the information of Chongqing settlement. And also you can see very beautiful images. And for the sustainability of this information, you can see within 4 years, on the site there's 43 sub-projects, including a lot of documentation, monitoring, disaster risk reduction, management, education, communication, AR, VR interpretation, and representation. There are so many different information. So we need to build a very efficient platform, a digital integration platform for Chongqing project. So we built an GIS platform, and you can see it's still under construction. And we have to finish in the next years, but it looks can works. So not only to restore collect all the information, but also we can use this platform to management and communicate or even disseminate marketing the information of this very important cultural heritage site. So to my conclusion, digital technology is getting mature and universal. However, the implementation, the grasp, the essential of cultural heritage, a proper interpret and presentation them is an important key to success the efficiency. And we cannot avoid the 3D GIS can provide a platform to integration and present the various digital data, especially there are so many different types, different standards, and how to integrate them. We try, but not successful at this moment, I have to say. And the format and standard and the data, all of the data is still a challenge. So in my idea, or my team's idea, a common exchange archive format in the future is needed. And not only for education, for application of digital integration strategy in cultural heritage is also very important. And to raise and increase the awareness of cultural heritage conservation, so a platform is very important. And the digital technique is not only a value, but also an added platform can make broader contribution to the preservation and reuse of cultural heritage in the future. That's my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. Well done. We still have another 2 presentations from a Marie Curie Fellowship project named Change, from 2 fellows. From Jan Kujadar, I apologize for the pronunciation. Jan, are you online? Yes. Jan, if you can share please your screen with us. You have 5 minutes to go, yeah?
I shall. There we go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, good morning from Oslo, everybody. And it's with pleasure today that I'll present to you my Change doctoral project entitled Munch, which you can see explained here on the title slides. And if we break down this title into pieces, you can see that my project hinges on 3 critical factors, and I'll take you through these today. Now, within the Change Consortium that Marinos has just mentioned, my project fits in neatly, as you can see here in the schematic, and I am collaborating with 5 other PhD researchers on the application of imaging technologies during conservation treatment. And I will give you a hint about what we're doing more in detail in the next few slides. Here, I'd just like to mention that my project is based between the University of Oslo and that of Neuchâtel in Switzerland, but really the focus of my project is in Norway, where we find the paintings of Edvard Munch, and these are particularly monumental unvarnished oil paintings on canvas, which you can see depicted here. And they cover over 200 square meters of surface and were painted between 1909 and 1916. And over the past century of their existence, they have been undergoing a large number of surface changes. And my case studies focus on 2 of the paintings in this room. We've got chemistry on the left-hand side and the source on the right-hand side. And I will be studying these paintings to see whether we can track these changes at the surface that I've mentioned. And these have occurred for primarily 3 different reasons. The first is the inherent materials which have been used in making them. That is, we've got a number of absorbent grounds, which are unvarnished, as well as a number of water-sensitive oil paints, which are also unvarnished, as I've mentioned. But also there were a series of environmental fluctuations in the room of their display, as well as an excess of conservation treatment in a very short span of time. Now, in order to study all of these changes, I am in the process of making mock-ups of the 2 paintings I've just shown you. And over here, you can just see some trial experimentations with 1 paint, which is a chromium oxide green paint, and a number of absorbent grounds, of which I will be selecting 2. Now, if we move on to the imaging part of this project, what I'm trying to do here is, the premise of my project is, can we use hyperspectral imaging to document these surface changes? And on this slide, you can see that this technique allows us to capture not only spatial data, but also spectral information for every pixel of the images that we capture with these cameras. Over here, I'd just like to show you the setup that I'm using for my work. This is a high-specs 1800s hyperspectral camera. And here you can also see a few images of a few scans that I have taken already in order to build up the ground truth and to build a spectral library for the future experiments I shall be carrying out on the mockups I've shown you and on the paintings themselves. Moving on, this technique will be used of all the surface changes that I have briefly touched upon to track changes as a result of cleaning. And on this slide over here, you can see a detail of chemistry. And on the center image, you can see that there are a number of cleaning tests which have been carried out in 2008. Now, you can see that quite a lot of material has been removed from the surface of the paintings. However, these tests were almost too successful in that they removed either too much material or they kick-started chemical reactions which are detrimental to the materials found on the canvas. And this applies not only to the paints, which you see here, but also to the ground on the painting. And here you can see an image of this in visible light and in UV also. And so therefore part of my project shall also be to develop new cleaning methods, which already are being studied here at the University of Oslo. And these feature, apart amongst many other different kinds, the nano restore gels, which are now commercially available. Right, so to tie everything together then, this change project will see, or rather will evaluate the utility of hyperspectral imaging for the monitoring of cleaning treatments on paintings. And we will also see whether it can help us understand the paintings in any further detail, especially since this technique has never been applied in the aula before. So this is a first. And last but not least, in the long term, it will also be ideal to provide the paintings conservator who works on the ground, be it in a museum or as a freelancer, whether we can offer an effective and accessible toolkit for them, both in terms of cleaning methodologies and monitoring via imaging, such as hyperspectral imaging. So on that note, I shall close, and I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan. And we are moving now to the final presentation from Anis Papini. Anis.
Hello.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Hello. No, I am at NTNU in Jovic.
Hi. The floor is yours, Anis. If you can share, please, your screen with us and keep the 5 minutes long time period for your presentation, that will be nice.
Yes. 1 second.
Share screen button.
Yes. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, as Jan, I am change ESR.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you show us your presentation in normal mode instead of we're seeing presenters mode?
Sure. Is it okay? I don't know why it's happening like that.
Go to slideshow, please, if you can.
This is slideshow. Okay.
And go on display setting at the top of that window.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep,
Okay.
that's the one. Perfect.
Okay, thank you. So as Jan, I am another ESR in this project change, but I am based in Gjøvik, always in Norway. And I also I work under the supervision of Sonny George and Jørning Ardberg, and I also have co-supervisor in Switzerland at the Swiss National Museum. And I'm working on imaging techniques for change documentation and monitoring of stained glass windows. So why study stained glass windows? Because they are very particular work of art. They not only have an artistic meaning, but they also have a functional role that we have to preserve. And this functional role is like to be like a window in a physical place, in an historical place. And the way we can appreciate this work of art is through the way they appears when the sun shines through. So this appearance can change because optical, chemical, or physical properties can change with time. So if this appearance change, we may not be able to appreciate them as we can appreciate it now. So I would like to employ a systematic application of spectral imaging on stained glass. First, to obtain a digital model of the object that we can keep forever. And also, thanks to spectral imaging, which I briefly explain here, this is an imaging system which allows you to obtain spatial and spectral information at the same time. Then we can also get information on the material used and the ways they change in time. Of course, we have a lot of challenges. So for example, here, as you can see, some of the windows can be not very easily accessible, so you will need scaffolding. And also in situ, we have the problem of the fact that the light is not uniform and change during the day. There could be shadows or trees or buildings behind the windows. Also, they have windows and glass windows usually have two faces with different optical characteristics. So it may be difficult to characterize them both properly. And also, one of the most important things is that at the same time, in the same window, you can have too dark or too bright a piece of glass, which make difficult one of the most important things in photography or like acquisition, which is like exposure time. So we can have very overexposed or underexposed area in the same window. So to develop the research project, we started from the state of art in spectral imaging and in the analytical techniques. So we found out that spectral imaging, there is not much work. The literature is very limited, and there are only a few papers that exist on the topic. And regarding analytical techniques, we realized that there are a lot of scientific analysis that also involved in combination invasive and non-invasive. And invasive techniques are still one of the most used. And they also give a lot of information, so we can have molecular, elemental, surface characterization. So we have plenty of information for a combination of techniques. So where does spectral imaging place itself? Like what spectral imaging can do? So we are trying to develop two main objectives in this project. So one is the material identification and validation with other analytical techniques to understand if hyperspectral imaging can substitute some of the invasive technique for specific tasks. And there is a way to map the materials, the constituent materials, the colorant in the stained glass. The second objective is to improve the acquisition and processing methodology. So to understand which kind of information we can obtain using different acquisition modalities and how much we can control the light when you are in situ. So these are all questions that we are asking ourselves when thinking about how to go on with the project. So far, what I did is to analyze commercial and historical stained glass with the hyperspectral camera, and I tried to validate that through using fiber optic reflectance spectroscopy, which is a technique that has been extensively used to analyze a piece of glass. I made this analysis with the hyperspectral camera both in transmittance and double transmittance, and I am trying to evaluate different algorithms for material classification. What I would like to do in the future is to improve the transmittance setup to test the acquisition setup in situ. to see what are the challenges that we will have to face. And also in the future, we plan to publish the results that we obtained with on the historical stained glass. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Anis. We came now to the end of the short papers presentation, and I will like to open the question and answer part for a few minutes and see if there are some questions. I don't know. Let me check here. It looks that it was one and it has been already answered on the Q&A. Yes, we don't have, but is anybody who has any question or remarks from the panelists or someone who wants to ask something? Alex, any comments? We cannot hear you.
My best congratulations. Even in this lockdown period, there are more than 115 followers. Really something. Congratulations.
Oh, we had more. Huh? This is the minimum.
Yes, I understand. Yes.
No, but we checked in Zoom how many unique people registered up to now. Unique, it means one person with one account, not two accounts or three accounts and so on under the same name. So yesterday we had already more than 1,000 and they came from 77 countries of the world. Some of the listed countries, we don't know where they are, personally to say, yeah. But anyway, they exist and it looks like as if they are following us, and we are very thankful for all of you for trusting us, yeah, and finding the time to be with us and share your knowledge with us. Thank you very much. If there are no any other comments.
May I say something?
Yes, please, Alex.
Yeah, I like to feedback for yesterday. I look at the culture tour, the session. It was wonderful. There were so many important issues that they discussed. And today I'm very impressed for the two presentations from Norway. They are doing their restoration and the monitoring project. They are doing excellent, and they are willing to share. Thanks to them very much.
It is a project in which we are actively involved too. We are partners. And we actually expected to have all the fellows online. But okay, voluntarily only two express their interest to be actively involved. And we are very thankful to Jan and to Anes for that. It's good for them, yeah? And okay, probably next EuroMed we will have all of them. Let's see. But thanks also to you, Alex, for your time availability and for sharing with us the good work, the results of your good work that you are doing over there in Taiwan. Yeah. Thank you very, very much. I don't see here any questions. So I will close the session, the first session of the day. We will go for a short break of 10 minutes, and then we will be back to continue with two workshops, the last two workshops of the conference. This afternoon, as you may know, and as it has been announced, we are going to have the project papers, the presentations of the project papers. still waiting for us, and let's see. So thank you very, very much. Enjoy your break and see you soon back again online. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good morning, everybody. We are starting now with the second session of the conference with a special workshop dedicated to digital transformation for user engagement in cultural heritage, a workshop organized by different organizations, I would say, and projects. But it is chaired by our good friend Antonella Fresa from Italy, and Fred Truyen, Sophie Taes, as well as Valentina Paci. And from Europeana, we have a replacement. We had Julia, but because of health issues, she has been replaced. Now, I will start by giving the word to Donella. Donella, you are here?
Yes, I am with you. I'm listening at your kind welcome. Thank you, Marinos. I would like to share the screen if you agree, so we can review together the agenda of the day. Just a second, let me see if everything works.
We can see your presentation, Donella.
Do you? Yes.
Yes, and we can hear you very well.
Okay, thank you very much. So the idea of this workshop is to review some successful cases that have progressed our knowledge, our experience, lessons learned, and good practice on user engagement, participatory approaches, everything that has to do with the new way to interpret the research on cultural heritage. Yesterday we had a fantastic workshop on cultural tourism, where participation and user engagement and collaboration and co-creation has been the keywords. Today we continue with the focus on cultural heritage. So the valuing of heritage that is preserved in museums, libraries, archives, and the digital archives. The digital transformation is completely changing the way and adding new features and new possibilities. And today we will review. First, a project that ran until September last year, that is a project in the family of Europeana. The most of what we will discuss today is informed and shaped around Europeana. And this project ran until September last year, and it has been a project looking inside Europeana for contents depicting the kaleidoscope of the 50s in Europe. The 50s have been a period of transformation and multiple ways of living, a transformation of the society after the terrible experience of the war. I was born in the 50s, so I have a memory of the 10 years after the 50s, because during the 50s I was still rather young. But it was really a very composite period. In this project, yes.
Thank you, please. Sorry for that. If you can go, please, to the presentation mode at your, yes, PowerPoint application.
But I think I am. I think I am.
No. You are.
but it's another screen that is shared. We see the
Yes,
PowerPoint itself.
Just a second. So it is the share of the screen. Just a second. Interrompi, just a second. I share a new kind of screen. Seleziono una finestra, un'applicazione. I'm selecting the application. I share and I go to the presentation mode.
Ok, Antonella?
Yes.
Vai in abilita modifica e poi parti in presentazione. Talvolta non funziona.
Abilita modifica. Yes. Okay. It's PowerPoint that was not enabled for the modification. Just a second. Yes. Yesterday I thought that tomorrow I will be ready to share my screen without problems. No, not yet. So just a second. Now I didn't put this, no, this, and I have to share the screen. Not yet. Okay, now?
Can you please, yes, that's
Does it work?
It's okay, it's okay.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. So for everybody who has to share presentations, remember that first you have to enable the modification in PowerPoint, otherwise it doesn't work. Thank you, Julia, for your help. The first case is 50s in Europe. This will be presented by Fred Thuyen, professor at KU Leuven, who has been the coordinator of the project, and he is also the president of Photo Consortium. Photo Consortium is the association that is organizing this workshop, and it is one of the accredited aggregator of Europeana. The second case that will be presented by Professor Marinos Ioannidis, our host in EuroMed, is the case of one of the 11 workshops, co-creation events that have been organized in the frame of We Are Europe for Culture. We Are Europe for Culture has been a project that ended in February this year, and We Are Europe for Culture is a continuation, a follow-up of the 2018 European Year of Cultural Heritage. The European Commission had followed the experience of 2018, and during the whole period of 2019, from January to February 2020, we ran 11 workshops, and these workshops were organized in 11 different countries all over Europe with local people. Marinos will tell us about the experience in Nicosia. Very nicely, Europeana Foundation agreed to participate in the workshop with a presentation about the activities for empowering the community in the experience of a cultural heritage. Unfortunately, Julia is not able to join us, and I send my best wishes to Julia. Ariadne is on her place to talk about the Europeana Foundation experiences. Please, Ariadne, send our wishes to Julia. And eventually, Pagode. Pagode is the last funded generic service project in Europeana, and Europeana XX, we call it XX, but in effect it is Europeana 20th, that is the century of change. These two projects have been funded in the last call of the Connecting Europe facility of the European Commission. And then they are the last generic service projects contributing to the development and improvement of the Europeana initiative. This will be presented by Sophie Taes. Sophie is a researcher at KU Leuven and also works for a photo consortium. Sophie will tell us about metadata and storytelling in the experiences of Pagode and Europeana 20th century of change. And I would like to mention you because she's not listed in the speakers, but she has been the creator, the animator, and the ghost creator of this workshop, Valentina Bachi. Valentina is a full employee at the Photo Consortium Association. She is the soul of Photo Consortium. Without her, all the Photo Consortium initiatives would collapse immediately. So thank you, Valentina, for your dedication to this event. And now I will leave the floor immediately to the first speaker because the time is very compressed today. Fred, the floor is yours. Would you like that I go through the presentations, or would you like to share your screen?
No, it's easier if you keep managing the slides. I will say next slide for.
Okay, perfect.
And so indeed, as Antonella already said, I'm from KU Leuven, and I'm also the president of Photo Consortium. So next slide, indeed, we can move to the next slide. Yes. The 50s in Europe was a project where we tried to understand a little bit the identity of the 50s, how it lives on in memories, and how it could appeal to an audience today. So maybe the next slide. So the motivation was in fact that our impression is that current generations in Europe have lost a bit touch with the 50s, which were at the roots of the European Union, and started off in fact what would become the European Union as it is today, as a kind of post-war dream. And for many citizens of Europe today, this is a far memory because they were born much later or migrated into Europe later. So it's difficult for them to assess what drove the founders of the European Union. And so we wanted to show from photo collections what the dreams, the fears, the concerns were of citizens across Europe. Not only highlighting East and West divides, but there were also North and South divides that were at play. And so as experts in photography, we tried not only to tell these stories, but also to look into how was this translated in what we could call the visual memory or the visual identity of the 50s. The project responded to a call on user engagement. So we decided to do a lot of workshops engaging users. We did a rephotography workshop, for example, and we did crowdsourcing for that. Next slide, please. One of the major outputs is a traveling exhibition that you also can find online on Europeana and on the Photo Consortium website. So if you type Photo Consortium, you will find links to this exhibition, Blue Skies, Red Panic, about the 50s in Europe. And this is also a physical exhibition that travels through Europe. And next showing will be in the course of this year. Next slide, please, indeed. As for the visual similarity, we tried first in a qualitative method in a workshop with experts to define certain themes, aspects, formats that we found in the 50s photography. Mostly looking not as much to art photography, but to documentary photography and news photography, also heritage collections from Europeana and from photo consortium members. And we tried to find colors, styles, fashion, attitudes that would be typical for the 50s as we remember it. So there is the way people in the 50s wanted to express themselves, how they in their lifestyle wanted to show what their dreams were. There is, of course, the memory that we have of the 50s, which is tainted by a long history afterwards. And there is the interpretation that we now want to give to these 50s in a new context. Next slide, please. Now, we developed a demonstrator of an automatic tagging algorithm that can assign certain concepts and that can find similar images depending on the style properties in the photo. And here you see a demonstrator of that. Next slide, please. These algorithmic data will be used to enrich metadata. And these enriched metadata we can validate through crowdsourcing. And you see here an example of the crowdsourcing campaigns that we ran, where we asked people to annotate images, annotating using linked open data. So it's not your free impression of what is on the photo. You will select existing keywords from linked open data. And that makes these collections searchable and interoperable and integratable. And that's quite important. So we think that is a future of metadata development, that you work with experts on refining linked open data and then validate those by users and then couple this to automated recognition and tagging. Next slide, please. And so this brings me to our MOOC. I'll post the link to the MOOC in the chat. You can also find it if you just type KU Leuven X, then you find all the MOOCs at KU Leuven. The whole idea was to make a MOOC for CHI educators. So many people here around the table, I think, have an educational mission also for heritage. So it is also targeted to you or to some of your colleagues. It is also targeted to universities and university students. And the MOOC is set up as an interaction between experts in the field, in the institutions and the academics. Next slide, please. The contents of the MOOC, it's a collaboration with a project on dance that we worked together with. And so we have a module, a very interesting module on user engagement for CHIs with worthwhile academic outputs there. And then we have a whole module on 1950s photography with really top experts explaining you certain aspects of that photography and also highlights from our exhibitions. We have a module on museums, on dance, on material and immaterial cultural heritage, and on historical dance. Next slide, please. The MOOC was self-paced. We did already 2 runs, and we will schedule a new run probably in the autumn and otherwise in the next spring. So we will repeat this MOOC availability, each year. Up to now, we had 2,000 enrollments, of which 130 wanted a certificate for the MOOC, and that, in fact, the smaller number is the most important one, because this is really training of CHI professionals. And I have to move on, I think. So you see here some numbers. Next slide. It was also a very good geographical spread. So we reached with this MOOC people well outside Europe. Next slide, please. And the highlights, you will find really top professionals like our colleague John Ballion from Top Photo in the UK. Top Photo is a very large archive managing the heritage of John Topham and the famous documentary photographer. And there's also a news photography agency. And John is an expert in photographic techniques, so he explains you the photos of the 50s so that you maybe with some training can recognize a photo of the 50s when you see one. Next slide, please. We have a study by CRDI. This is an expert lab in Catalonia on family photos. Next slide, please. We have Sophie Taas, the curator of almost all of the exhibitions of Photo Consortium. Sophie is the digital curator of all these exhibitions. And then there is the magic of Piero Masi from Photo Consortium, who turns this into physical exhibitions. And that is really the expertise of Photo Consortium to bring digital curation together with physical curation. So if you want to understand more of that, listen to the videos of Sophie on our MOOC. Next slide, please. I think we are done. And so I give the floor to Marinos for the next talk.
Thank you very much, Fred. I think the attendees at the workshop can understand the richness of the work that has been conducted in Kaleidoscope. And I think that something that you mentioned about the experience of a Kaleidoscope is very closer to the actuality of what we hear in the news, the divides that have been characterized the study we conducted in Kaleidoscope and that are still the cause of our difficulties. Divides between Europe and the rest of the world, divides within the other powers, and we are with interest listening at the divide in America between the red and the blue. So divides is something that is very touching us in this moment. But from the 50s to the contemporaneity and the past as well, this bridge between the past and the today's. So Marino, the floor is yours, and we will hear about We Are Europe for Culture in Nicosia.
Thank you, Antonella. I will go and give you a short overview of this, what we are doing since the time when we started. If you can please unshare your screen. So yes, thank you. So I will share my screen. It's a small video, 4.5 minutes long, which is showing our story and our involvement since we started being actively involved in this area. 2013, we were established, and one of our mission was with this slogan, described under this slogan: behind us is the memory of our parents, in front of us are the eyes of our children. collecting, preserving, protecting, but also giving free access to this part of the memory. So it was a project, EU project, our first one project, Low Cloud, and which gave us the opportunity, actually enabled us to start collecting content. And we collected the content, one of the best, the one which is in our houses, in our repositories. We digitize that and we give free access via Europeana to the rest of the world. We work with all the communities, with all the villages, with all the municipalities on the island. I think this approach never happened before in any other member state in the European Union. And you see here a part of the content collected on that time. All this, what you see here, is also available at the Europeana. It's a unique content, and of course, ministries, and not only municipalities, NGOs, but also private galleries and private museums were actively involved. Unique moments of our hidden story came up. And you see here all over these images, the evolution of the memory or of the evolution of the story of Cyprus. It is something very unique. And now to our project here, the time when we started our event, we went out to the public, we asked them, please come, please share, and they came. We were surprised to see this kind of response. We collected a lot of material, and because I see now not only Fred, but also Rob are online, I would like to send a message, because both of you are sitting at the board of Europeana. We need to handle the issue of the great challenge of harvesting content to Europeana. There is a lot of content, unique content, which has to be harvested. It's in the queue, and it has to be very soon in Europeana. So let's see what we can do there too. You see here, all this, what you experience now doesn't exist in Cyprus, yeah? It's gone, it's over, it's forgotten sometimes, and it is kept in the photo albums of the different individual persons. Mines disappeared also. We don't have any more mines in Cyprus. Medieval monuments, they are not anymore here with us. They are, you see another one image here from the mine time period. And something which is very unique, and it's good that Europeana experienced that, but also you, Fred, when we went to the municipalities, when we went to the different villages and all the other organizations and asked them, look, this is the way forward. It's free of charge. It doesn't cost you anything. It still doesn't cost them anything. This is the contribution of the university, of our lab, of the UNESCO chair to the society, to the local community here in Cyprus. We ask them, look, at least acknowledge this, what we do, with the logo of Europeana and the logo of the university or the lab on your website, and the slogan of this, what you do, and please promote that. And you see here from the municipality of Aradipu, is a big one, one of the biggest in Cyprus. You see the logo of Europeana, the logo of the lab, the logo of the form of the previous project, and here the slogan behind us is the memory of our fathers, in front of us the eyes of our children. Yeah, but that's one example, and here are several other municipalities which are promoting this what we do. Yeah. It is amazing. It started, as I mentioned to you, in 2013, and it is continuing. And this what we want to do is to create, actually, with this initiative, the photo album of Cyprus. The population of Cyprus is almost 1 million. It's not difficult. It's not easy. It needs time. And of course, we are, I think, in the correct way to do that. We need the help and support and full cooperation from Europeana to bring the content online. And it will be nice if by Christmas or even earlier than Christmas, we have it online. This year is a special year for Cyprus. Is the 16th anniversary of our independence. And we wanted actually to share all this memory, part of our identity with the rest of the world, and in a special celebration. Unfortunately, we didn't manage because the content is not in Europeana, and that's it will be nice if we manage to have it over there. I am one of the few people who are saying that if in the European Union there is a success story to show and be proud as a European taxpayer, then it's Europeana. And therefore, we need to show actually really what we have as a success story, because there is where we show and present in an excellent way the united in diversity. Thank you very much. Antonella, the floor is yours.
Yes, there is always a second to restart the video and the audio that seems to say that the people are not around. Thank you very much, Marinos. Again, a large number, an incredible richness of images that are source of for research, interpretation, and emotions and entertainment. So this connection between scholarly and civic engagement in cultural heritage is well demonstrated in this project. I will go to the next speaker now. And okay, we are moving to the voice of Europeana Foundation. You know that Europeana is an initiative of the European Commission, and there is an operator, a body that is in charge of running the big activities that are around the existence of the Europeana portal, and this operator is Europeana Foundation. We are all involved in a way or another in the activities of Europeana Foundation, because there is the foundation itself with its bodies that are including representatives of other bodies that have been created around the foundation to support the collaboration with the aggregators on one side, the European Aggregators Forum, and this is the group of the organizations such as Photo Consortium, but many more both at domain level and at the national level that are aggregating contents, and the users of Europeana. So the voice of Europeana is very articulated, and I'm very happy about the participation of Ariana in this workshop. I leave the floor to you to tell us just one slide of the enormous work that the foundation is doing for us. Thank you, Ariadna. Would you like that I take the lead of the presentation as I did for Fred?
So yeah, was Fred controlling the screen?
No, I did, and he was telling me next slide.
Okay, so yeah, we can do that because I see I cannot ask for the control of the screen.
Okay.
So thank you very much, Antonella, and to the and for the invitation. Julia is very sorry to not be able to participate, and I will do my best to try to cover what she wanted to share with all of you today. In particular, maybe not so much the activities to activities similar to the ones that you were the panelists were describing just now. I think I would particularly like to focus on why Europeana considers it so important to raise capacity across the cultural heritage sector, why, how we are currently doing that, and some of the next steps we have in mind for the coming months and years. After a couple of conversations that took place when Europe went into lockdown with professionals from across Europe that led to a lot of interesting insights. And so as Europeana tries to provide the best experience for researchers, educators, or even creators that navigate the more than 50 million digitized items of cultural heritage that are available through Europeana collections, we also work hard to support the needs of the sector. Next slide, please, Antonella. And so I wanted to start by highlighting the mission of Europeana, which says that Europeana empowers the cultural heritage sector in its digital transformation. We develop expertise, tools, and policies to embrace digital change and encourage partnerships that foster innovation. We make it easier for people to use cultural heritage for education, research, creation, and recreation, and our work contributes to an open, knowledgeable, and creative society. Obviously, not only Europeana Foundation, but instead, as Antonella was mentioning, it's an initiative supported by three important pillars: the Aggregators Forum, the Network Association, and Europeana Foundation, together with its many partners in projects such as the ones that were described just now. But as you see, empowering the heritage sector in its digital transformation is really at the core of what Europeana does, as you can see in the first sentence of the mission. Next slide, please, Antonella. And the Europeana strategy published a couple of months ago that goes from 2020 to 2025 has made building capacity for the heritage sector one of its three priorities, together with the two other priorities, which are strengthening the infrastructure and providing data quality. And under this priority, the Europeana initiative commits to support institutions in their digital transformation. It will showcase the importance and added value of digitization, adoption of standards, best practice, and common solutions. Next slide, please, Antonella. And so how are we actually currently building capacity across the sector? Next slide again. So we provide opportunities for institutions and individuals in the cultural heritage sector to develop their skills and practice. Next slide. The Europeana Network Association is a key player in this. It is our strong and democratic community of experts working in the field of digital cultural heritage and has over 3,000 members from all across Europe and beyond. It works through a range of task forces and working groups to address shared challenges and is organized into 6 specialist communities focusing on communication, impact, education, copyright tech, and research. And within each of these communities, we are committed to making, sharing, promoting, and repurposing Europe's digital cultural heritage. Members of the Network Association do so by developing, validating, and implementing standards and frameworks that improve access and discovery, by using individual expertise to encourage innovation and foster cross-border and cross-domain collaboration, even by participating in the governance of the European initiative in itself or by promoting their activities within professional networks. Next slide, please. And so through the European Network Association and through events, we make connections across the heritage sector, and this is, we believe, a clear way through which we can support professionals. In a survey conducted to measure the impact of this network association, 44% of European network members who responded to the survey considered membership to be important to their daily work because it allowed them precisely to make connections. In particular, they said that it allowed them to stay up to date with trends and knowledge, to learn information they can use for their work, and even to extend their professional network. Participants to another survey that tried to determine the impact of the Europeana conference in the sector, previously known as the AGM, also said that developing a network was the strongest outcome of their participation in the Europeana conference. And for past conferences, we also heard that some of the top benefits reported had been developing a wider network, meeting new contacts who became then project partners, and initiating new projects with the contacts they made through the event. Next slide, please. And so participants to the surveys also shared their thoughts. For instance, the fact that Europeana provided a lot of inspiration and knowledge, in this case, when this individual in question wanted to put collections online. Or next slide, participants also shared the fact that being connected to a broader network gives them more courage to do things because they feel like they are not alone or working in silos in this area. Next slide. So another important way through which Europeana hopes to be supporting the sector in building capacity is through knowledge sharing. Europeana Pro, our professional website, provides cultural heritage institutions and professionals with tools, resources, documentation, and opportunities for developing digital skills. Digital resources in response to the pandemic on Europeana Pro were viewed over 21,000 times in the first 13 weeks, so from March to the 10th of June. Next slide. Another important way through which Europeana supports the capacity building of the cultural heritage sector, and this is what I wanted to refer to, is something that the previous speakers exemplified through their presentations, is by building or facilitating the building of partnerships. So for instance, through our participatory campaign, just to mention another one, Europe at Work, and in particular through the collection days as well, Europeana supported ongoing processes of digital change by reinforcing the value of being more digital or inspiring further digitization. Or Europeana Tech, which is one of the communities within the Europeana Network Association, given its strong advocacy work in favor of the adoption of AAAF standards, has now created a much more diverse field of adopters of AAAF across Europe. Next slide. We have also been connecting professionals through webinars now more than ever to ensure that they have opportunities to learn from each other even when they don't have the chance to meet face-to-face or traveling across Europe. So through these online conversations, we've been talking about copyright, education, impact, engaging audiences online, inclusivity, research, and sharing data. The results show us that the majority of participants found that their confidence levels in the specific topic that had been discussed increased after the webinar. Or for instance, through national workshops, participants worked to improve their data, and knowledge gathered there has been applied practically in the work of several CHIs. There is, however, a clear need still for more practical training on areas relating to the publication of digital heritage and barriers to change where Europeana can contribute directly and indirectly. For instance, trying to change mindsets, advocating, and developing case studies. Next slide, please. And the impact community, for instance, creates another set of tools that are another good way to support the sector. So just to name this example, the impact community has helped shape how we understand and deliver impact in the cultural heritage sector. It has been connecting cultural heritage professionals and experts across the world in the development of a playbook, a step-by-step approach to help institutions or individuals identify their impact. Next slide, Antonella. And so now I would just like to talk to you about some of the next steps after we've been learning from the crisis that we are living, of what Europeana intends to do to support the cultural heritage sector. So over the past years, the sector has been understanding the importance of appropriate licensing, of adopting standards such as IIIF, as I was mentioning, or even of collaborating with platforms such as Wikipedia. But even with all that, were we really ready for the crisis that we are facing? Data showed that our museums very quickly rose to the challenge when the pandemic broke out and their doors closed. 60% of museums increased their online activity overnight, but only 13.4% of the museums increased their investments in digital. And many people or on staff were overnight asked to take on a responsibility that they had no background or skills on. Next slide, Antonella, thank you. So at Europeana, we tried to quickly adapt our editorial strategy and started curating editorial relevant to the situation, which resulted in popular galleries such as galleries on topics such as masks and face coverings, the great indoors, or washing your hands. And this was substantiated by an enormous increase in public interest in culture. We couldn't get enough of it, locked down in our homes with little to do. Next slide, please. And so given that we are living a crucial moment for the heritage sector and its digital transformation, we decided to consult again our network. Over the course of 3 weeks, we conducted peer-to-peer conversations with 64 professionals from 22 different countries and various backgrounds. We asked them the questions, how do you see the future? And what do you know now that you wished you had known when the crisis began? Just to name a couple of examples of the questions that were discussed during these workshops. And the results, which are available now in a long report, which we will slowly turn into more digestible versions. The results led to some very personal and insightful conversations, which we have now bundled in this report that you can download on the website of Europeana. And the report will definitely influence the work of Europeana in the years to come. In the meantime, I would like to share with you just 3 main takeaways of these conversations. Next slide, please. First of all, we need to recognize that there are digital divides to overcome. These divides can be social and technological, as well as between those who can access, are represented and feel welcome by digital cultural heritage and those who don't. The divide runs also between countries and regions who have well-articulated digital strategies and infrastructure in place and those who don't. It runs also between institutions that have differing levels of digital capacity and capabilities. And digital divides are about our processes as much as systems and about people as much as hardware. Next slide, please.
Sorry, Ariadna.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it's very interesting, the whole of your presentation, but we need also to conclude because otherwise the next speaker will not have enough time for its presentation, for her presentation. Sorry to interrupt you.
No worries. Maybe then just one last minute. Participants talked about soft skills as well. And there is a strong desire for change in the sector, but a sense of inability to act on it. So, and then finally, what you're seeing now, there was a strong influence on the, a strong consensus on the fact that collaboration is needed and that the GLAM sector should be thought of as one big company. So the pandemic has shown that our sector has the right reflexes and that it is willing to be able to contribute to the recovery of Europe in many fundamental ways. We can argue that never before our cultural heritage has had more potential to support a fundamentally open and creative society. But the cultural sector now needs to make some changes or be in danger of getting left behind, and this needs to be supported by Europeana and national strategies and substantial funding. So that's everything from me. Thank you all for listening. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I think that in particular, part of your presentation was very attracting, inspiring. I think the idea that the cultural sector, and in particular the digital culture, is one big company is fascinating. Personally, I trust this idea since several times. We still don't have this company, but we must accelerate the process towards this one big company, and Europeana has a stronger role to play. Well, thank you very much, Europeana and Ariadne, for her talk. We move to the last but not least presentation. You already heard talking about Sophie. Sophie is a curator of many interesting exhibitions and galleries and editorials are published in Europeana and in the connected spaces, digital and physical. Sophie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Antonella. Would it be possible for you to unshare the screen so that I can show mine? Thank you.
Okay, done.
Thank you so much. Okay, is it showing the presentation at the moment? Just
it is loading. Yes, now
it's there, right? Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be able to put down the cornerstone to this workshop in which you've heard about different user engagement strategies so far. Marinos included the collection days that we had in Cyprus, also some co-creative activity because we made some interactive showcases there together. From Fred, you heard about end users participating in the cultural heritage experience through educational formulas, for instance, this MOOC that he demonstrated. And then with Ariadna, we heard how Europeana is empowering CHIs to increase user engagement strategies, but also directly interacts with its end users by, for instance, providing innovative storytelling formats and participatory editorials. What I want to do in this final slot is focusing on a very specific type of end user engagement, namely crowdsourcing. And I'm going to do it by applying it to one of the projects in which KU Leuven, Photo Consortium and Europeana are currently involved. That is to say, Pagode. Pagode or Europeana China is dedicated to lending more visibility and increasing interaction with China-related collections in Europeana. What I'm going to tell you is a journey actually from metadata to storytelling and back, in which a community becomes an actor in the digital transformation process. On the one hand, he gains an enhanced heritage experience, and on the other hand, the user empowers the collection owners with better data and more opportunities for an intensified interaction. Now, let me kick this off with telling you a little story. It's a story that happened in real to myself and my colleagues in the Pagoda project, when a few months ago we were producing a website because we wanted people to be able to follow the project. And on the landing page, we posted this beautiful image, a Europeana image of a pagoda that was taken from a set of pictures collected by a very famous German glass slide collector called Karl Simon. And this particular slide was packed in a box that was titled Reise nach China, so travel to China. So we used it for this website because United Archives is also one of the partners in the project. And we started to get a lot of reactions from colleagues and from people visiting the website, who recognized that this is actually not a Chinese pagoda, but a Japanese castle. After all the trouble we took and all the diligence that we applied to not misappropriate any heritage in the name of Europeana China, to do our research, we are working with sinologists in this project, we still kind of stumbled upon this little bump in the road because of the metadata. The metadata we're telling us is taken from a box called Reise nach China. We now suspect, of course, that the Karel Simon, who was using these glass slides to give presentations on educational subjects, we now think that he just slipped in this picture of a Japanese castle to extend his presentation a little bit, because in the end, who would have known back in the days in the 1920s what China looked like and what Japan looked like? Now, what I'm doing here is by no means do I want to scrutinize United Archives and their metadata practices, because to be honest, they are so similar in, I think, more than 90, perhaps even more % of the cultural heritage institutions. This is still very much a manual process, so it's a faulty process and it's a limited process. You simply cannot research every single object. You cannot double check every single fact or figure that is given with a certain object and that you consider to be valid metadata. And in this respect, what I find interesting are the opportunities offered by artificial intelligence and innovative technological tools, because they really help to multiply metadata, to improve and to refine metadata, and thereby they support storytelling. I think I don't have to explain to anybody here in this workshop how important for cultural heritage storytelling has become. We can see clearly in the statistics of Europeana that people are so much more attracted to exploring, to browsing, to engaging with cultural heritage when there is a good story that actually brings the heritage to them. Now, for curators such as myself, it's only possible to tell stories if you have the metadata to do so, or to at least to send you on a trip for researching. So if you ask me, it is well worth to invest in building metadata capacity, applying artificial intelligence and innovative tools. Now, one of the tools that we have tried and tested is called with crowd. With crowd allows you to profit from the wisdom of the crowd, trying to leverage on all different kinds of knowledge, because in your crowd you will have experts on heritage. You will also have people who are perhaps just interested but not specialized in a specific domain. But you need all those layers of metadata to improve the search process and to empower the storytelling process. What you also do is you profit of the capacity of people to read images in a way that artificial intelligence still cannot do. This is what the platform looks like, Crowd Heritage. You can deploy here a campaign with any choice of images in your digital repository, and especially in Europeana. You can ask users to look at pictures and to tag them. So you kind of add annotations or you upvote annotations that are already there. Every time you are given 1 or 2 points. As you can see on the left, there are some badges to win, gold, silver, and bronze, which is really, really fun. It adds this gamification aspect. And as you can see, in the case of Pagode, we have an incredible result already. The campaign has been live for not even a month. And instead of the 4,000 annotations that we aimed for, we are now at over 8,000. So I am definitely going to expand this campaign. I'm also encouraging you to visit this website, to try out this platform. You just have to briefly log in and you can start tagging pictures. And of course, in the end, all the information goes back to Europeana and goes back to the end user. Stay tuned to Pagoda, visit the platform Crowd Heritage and see if you can work your way to the top of the rankings, and certainly come and take another look in spring 2021, because then we are deploying a second crowdsourcing campaign. And of course, we're going to try to crush our target numbers once again. This was a very, very quick introduction. Reach out to me or visit the Photo Consortium Pagoda website if you want to know more. And thank you all for being here. I think for the finalization of this workshop, I'll happily hand over the floor again once more to Antonella.
Thank you so much, Sophie. It is fascinating to listen at your presentations because you are able to connect the technological efforts that we are doing in improving solutions that are based on technology with storytelling. That is the experience that we are looking for as people. So thank you very much, very clear and very inspiring. I see that in the question and answers, there is another question to you about storytelling. So I think it would be nice if you can reply to Yvonne. We have arrived to the end of the time that was allocated to our workshop. We thank you, Marinos, very much for the two roles as a speaker in our workshop and as a host of this workshop in EuroMed 2020. I think that the experience of EuroMed 2020 is successful again, even if limited. We are suffering not to be all together in Cyprus. But we will be soon again traveling and meeting and hugging and kissing each other. Thank you very much, and participate in the crowdsourcing campaign for the annotation of the Chinese contents. Follow us on Photo Consortium. It will be a pleasure to stay in contact. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Antonella, for your contribution. Thanks to all the panelists, Fred, Sophie, and of course from Europeana. It was a pleasure to have you with us together, and of course to work with you together. Thank you very, very much. We are moving now to the next workshop, which is the last one. And it is all about crowdsourcing in digital heritage. It is the present and the future. The organizer of the workshop is Rob, with a Europeana, of course, together. Rob, you are online. I see you. If you can please.
Yes, Marinos, I'm online. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We cannot see you, but
you will have that pleasure in a moment. Okay, there we are.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Rob. If you can share your presentation, the floor is yours.
Yes, I will do now, if my technology allows me. There we are. Okay. Okay, can you see that?
Oh, in Cyprus, we can see it, yes.
Oh, good. Okay, then, well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this short workshop about crowdsourcing in the field of digital heritage. It follows on, I think, quite nicely from what Sophie was talking about a few minutes ago, which was around crowdsourcing. We're going to start the session with 3 inputs. First of all, I'm going to talk about a study underway within the Europeana Common Culture Project, which is something called a generic services project funded by the EU in Europeana. It's carried out the work of various kinds in trying to develop capacity within the Europeana digital content ecosystem, which involves cultural heritage aggregators across Europe and the Europeana initiative itself, and cultural heritage institutions of all kinds. Milena Popova, who's the second speaker, may say a bit more about this. She actually works for Europeana. So this study itself on crowdsourcing is being led by the Cyprus University of Technology, where I work, together with Marinos and the team in the Digital Heritage Research Laboratory. Milena Popova from Europeana will then share experiences and lessons learned in some of the crowdsourcing activities which Europeana itself has initiated over the last few years. Milena is the Business Development Manager at Europeana, based in the Netherlands. And then finally, we'll hear from Fiona Romeo, who will talk about the GLAM Wiki context. That GLAM, as you know, is galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. The GLAM Wiki context is sort of a special direction that has been taken within the crowdsourcing field. Fiona's been working in the cultural sector for around 15 years and is now Senior Manager for GLAM and Culture at the Wikimedia Foundation. After this, there should be time to open a discussion about ways forward for digital cultural heritage crowdsourcing, and I look forward to everyone's contribution and ideas and criticisms and so on. Please feel free to write in the Zoom Q&A facility or in the chat facility as we go along. And I'll try to pick up your points in this final session, so we won't do questions between the presentations. We'll do them at the end, if that's okay with you. Okay, now let's try to move forward with this. So this is the first session, which is about this study that we have done on digital heritage crowdsourcing in Europe under the Common Culture Project. And that's me, I've already said all that stuff. Okay, so why do this in the first place? What is the purpose of doing this study? It's to try to determine the current and planned approaches and practices within the Europeana aggregation ecosystem in relation to crowdsourced metadata and content. Secondly, to investigate as comprehensively as we can present and existing and in the recent past DCH crowdsourcing initiatives across Europe, to try to systematically describe their status and to gain a better understanding of current practices. Thirdly, it's to assess how feasible, desirable, and what challenges are faced in any effort to strengthen the pipeline from crowdsourcing initiatives to enable ingestion of their metadata or access to their content through Europeana. Is this a practical possibility? Fourthly, then, based on that, to provide some recommendations and guidelines for consideration by Europeana and by the aggregators and cultural heritage institutions themselves. And finally, to see what we can do about providing some guidance and training materials for everybody who's interested in this field and to publish those. So the work on the study itself began in June, and it will go through to, it will be finalized with the final report by the end of this year. The findings I'm reporting on today are interim findings and still open for discussion and consultation. We started off with a period of desk research to identify the crowdsourcing activities across Europe, and this was done partly in parallel with several surveys. The first was a relatively straightforward one to the national thematic and domain aggregators in the Europeana ecosystem, which are partners in the Common Culture Project, and we had 13 responses from these. We then did a more thorough and investigative survey addressed to the external crowdsourcing projects which we'd identified through the desk research. We found 138 crowdsourcing initiatives in all across Europe, of which 107 were reached, and we had 14 responses. However, this survey was also supported by a social media campaign conducted by our university and also promoted by the Europeana network, and this resulted in a further 13 responses. So we have 27 quite rich survey responses because the survey was quite elaborate, and we made a response rate who weren't quite so elaborate, but we have 27 quite rich responses to work with. I'm now going on to conduct 20 follow-up interviews or so, scheduled for late November, December, to explore and to probe a bit more, to understand a bit more what some of these answers came up with. We have also scheduled a webinar for the 15th of December, which will present the final results. Okay, so what we've done with from the surveys, we got a lot of rich commentary for analysis, as I said. And for every question with multiple options, we also carried out correlations where different options appeared together. And these aspects should now provide us with material for more analysis to increase understanding. So that's about the study itself and the methodology and so on. What then have we defined as crowdsourcing? Well, a widely used definition is this one. It's the practice of obtaining information or input into a task or project by enlisting the services of a large number of people, either paid or unpaid, typically via the internet, and we've taken this as our basis. What this means is that crowdsourcing is a very broad concept. It's heterogeneous in many aspects and encompasses a wide range of activity types, and it has pronounced overlaps with other fields such as citizen science, co-creation, crowdfunding, and so on. And we'll come to some of this later, but we're talking about a very broad church here, so to speak. So as I say, we had responses from 19 countries, so we're looking at a pretty broad geographic range of source material in terms of geography. We also had responses from Wikimedia Sweden, which gave pointers to some of their chapters, and we'll be following those up too. Okay, so we're going to turn to how is the responses is what we have from the responses to date. So we asked about geographic scope. What kind of audience, what kind of field of geographic field the projects were dealing with? 15 of them said their scope had a national dimension. So many of the important crowdsourcing projects are pitched quite wide at national level. 10 had a European dimension, a cross-border dimension, and 4 said they had international scope, beyond Europe, in other words. These were all either singly or jointly. 11 of the responders had regional or local scope. They were based locally, but only 2 of these were only local. So it seems likely that, to me, that a fair number of smaller local initiatives went under the radar because they're not easily discoverable, at least not in English, on Google, let's say, or because they don't publish documentation or reports of what they're doing, or because they're very transient. But I have a feeling there's quite a lot more out there to be discovered. Funding sources. So in terms of where the money comes from to run these projects, the majority of the responding projects, 18 of them had got national funding at the national level. 9 were funded at regional or local level, for example, by municipalities. 6 were funded by EU through projects. 6 were run by NGOs or foundations, and 6 were income funded, while 2 were privately subsidized. So the funding for crowdsourcing is also pretty heterogeneous, and that says something more, I think, about the status of the projects themselves. So if you look at how long they last, are these things sustainable? What sort of duration do they have? From the responding initiatives, 10 of them were ongoing without a fixed duration, so they would just carry on as long as they carried on. Whereas 6 of them didn't know at all because they had uncertainties based on not knowing where the money was coming from or other factors. And 8 of them had been underway for 3 years or less. I think the picture that this gives is a sort of uncertainty and transience about sustainability of crowdsourcing initiatives. We asked what the main aims were of each crowdsourcing project. And it's striking that a large majority of the initiatives that responded, 24 of them, cited community engagement and participation as among their major aims. So this social goal, this thing of getting people involved, is very high in the mix in terms of what people are trying to do when they establish the crowdsourcing initiatives, it appears. After this came preservation and documentation, a greater focus on the content itself, the cultural content itself, then knowledge discovery and management. So a mix of motives for actually carrying out, and so some projects, of course, have more than one of these as their motive. What sort of activities did the projects carry out? Well, the activity carried out most frequently by the responding initiatives was to collect digital objects or data. It's pretty obvious. So this is followed by quality enhancement, by transcription, and then by processing, analyzing, or interpreting information or data sets. So again, a wide range of activities supported by crowdsourcing projects. Only 9 of them actually carried out preparation of data or metadata with the intention of it being aggregated somewhere else, for example, by their national aggregator or by Europeana. And at this point, only one of the initiatives responding supported the collective building of digital artifacts such as 3D models. So that the level of activity there in that particular dimension, which is of interest to us and to this conference, of course, doesn't yet seem very high. So the kinds of organization that coordinate crowdsourcing initiatives, again, very varied, very wide. The archives were the most frequent type of facilitating, coordinating body. 10 of the responses mentioned that they were from archives. However, if you put together research institutions and higher education institutions, that comes to 17. So in a way, that looks as though that is, numerically speaking, the major generator of this kind of initiative. Libraries coordinated 7 and NGOs coordinated 6. So again, the owners of these initiatives are pretty varied. The mode of collection, what type of collection modalities were used. This was mainly, the most usual one was web-based, but content is also collected by mobile, by social media, and in analog form. Content types collected. This is, again, there's a huge variety of different types of content collected through crowdsourcing. This slide gives a bit of a picture. The most frequently occurring tasks were digitizing, up and uploading, categorizing, tagging, annotation, and linking. If you look at the content here, the most frequent type is photographs, then followed by archival or text-based documents. But you've also got sound, you've got video, you've got metadata, online metadata. You've got cultural artifacts, and to a certain extent, you're beginning to get 3D and AD and VR, but that's still pretty nascent in the current crowdsourcing field. So supporting events, yeah, it's very common to organize different types of supporting and events and activities around and to stimulate crowdsourcing in conjunction with crowdsourcing activities. A great number of thons, like hackathons, transcribathons, editathons, and so on, are organized in the context of crowdsourcing activities. Sometimes they're the main source of content, they're the way in which it's collected. There's publicity, contests, workshops, and other things. When people were asked what kind of context they were carrying out the work in, a surprisingly high number to me cited citizen science. They said they were doing this in the context of a citizen science activity, collecting digital cultural heritage. 8 said it was a storytelling activity. 5 said it was a Wikidata activity, and 7 said something else. We'll hear a bit more about the Wikidata end of things from Fiona in the third presentation today. Let's move on then a little bit to the technical framework and tools. I think quite a serious technical point here, or technical issue here, is that there isn't apparently a favoured option amongst potential crowdsourcing platforms, and a wide variety of options is deployed, or none at all. No serious, no technical solution coherently proposed at all. There's a fair amount of self-building or going on too. So again, if you look at this slide here, you see one project, I think it may have been Crowd Heritage itself, mentioned as it used the Crowd Heritage platform. But if you look at the use of OAI, PMH, for example, in this context, very few projects are actually even adopting that level of technical platform. So it suggests to me that there isn't a common technical, perhaps there ought to be a common technical platform, one or more, which is available, readily available for people running different types of crowdsourcing activity. If then we look at content storage, 13 of the respondents said they had an internal repository, 10 of them said they used a cloud. So that's a fairly even mix. If you look at metadata and identifier standards next, these are also pretty heterogeneous. Dublin Core is still the most frequently used metadata standard in this area. It's 6 out of 27 projects mentioned that. Only one each has yet so far mentioned using the Europeana data model, and one IIF. 5 used homegrown schemes, and 6 used no metadata scheme at all. 10 used DOI or other persistent identifiers. And so you have a pretty patchy picture here in terms of interoperability, in terms of standardized use of descriptors and so on. 23 out of the 27 responding initiatives mentioned that they created metadata themselves manually, but in 14 of these cases, it was together with, in conjunction with metadata captured from external sources and or automatically generated. One project said that it described its metadata as solely auto-generated. Okay, so how much material are we talking about here? I think it's conventional wisdom that crowdsourcing initiatives don't collect huge amounts of objects or items digitized, but this is actually a pretty mixed picture. The size of many crowdsourced collections is relatively small, but some have grown quite substantial. Of those responding, between 10 and 50,000 was quite frequent. And if you look at all of the responding initiatives that we approached, who told us, gave us an answer, the total amounts to 3 million, almost 3 million metadata records, 2 million content objects, digital objects, and it exceeds 2 million user interventions, tags and annotations, etc. If you look at the mean average metadata records per responding initiative appears to be over 100,000, the median average about 7,500. Now, given that this probably isn't, what we've done here is not to reach everyone running a crowdsourcing activity, but this suggests to me that we're looking at a situation in which if Europeana or the Europeana ecosystem isn't somehow collecting or ingesting what is being generated here, there's potentially quite a lot being missed. And quite a lot of important and interesting stuff from a different direction to that which is collected through cultural heritage institutions. So let's look at some protocols now. We find that 9 out of 27 respondents didn't cite use of any recognized exchange protocol or other kind of protocol. 9 of them did refer to XML or RDF in various contexts, and a few others seem to offer the ingredients of a linked data framework. 5 of them used OAI PMH. But again, it suggests a relatively limited engagement with standards and protocols that are becoming central to our field. Let's look at user populations now. The main participants in crowdsourcing activities, well, I mean, I think the big point here is that a very wide section of the population has participated one way or the other in crowdsourcing activities of different kinds, covering most age groups. The general population and volunteers turn out to be the biggest ones, but you can find almost everybody here has been, people from all walks of society have been involved in crowdsourcing. So it's not restricted to any one field in that sense. The number of contributors on the average to any one crowdsourcing activity is 15 of the responding initiatives had more than 500 contributing participants. 6 of them had more than 2,000, but 6 had less than 50. So again, the huge variety in scale and scope of involvement is present. And I think it obviously depends on what the goals of the activity are and what its geographic scope is. If then we look at the intended motivations, what it is that the activity itself wanted to motivate in the contributors, we find there's a balance between a learning motivation and the desire to contribute or to encourage contribution or to promote something. And I think more work is needed beyond this to understand the actual motivations of the people who do contribute rather than the intended motivations of the provider, as it were. But we didn't get this far, I'm afraid. We didn't have time to go into that kind of depth. Okay, so then we look finally at Evaluation, yes, so various forms of evaluation are quite common. The most common thing to do is to somehow try to validate or moderate user contributions, and that seems to be an essential thing. We don't get much impact assessment, but a little bit of impact assessment in 4 cases. And then other forms of evaluation are attempted to, it's quite common to try some kind of evaluation. Licensing, then basically the Creative Commons is the most common form of licensing adopted, as you might imagine, but quite a lot of projects, 9 projects in here, didn't have any kind of licensing at all. So then we looked at the European, how am I doing for time here? Let me check. Okay, let's then look at the European aggregators who we surveyed too. What is their feeling or their approach to this issue? Well, it's kind of some, but not all national aggregators are aware of a significant number of, they know about a significant number of crowdsourcing initiatives in their country. Some of these we will hear about shortly, I think, from Milena. They are actually Europeana generated activities, as you might expect, as the aggregators are part of the Europeana ecosystem. Only 4 of the European national aggregators have ingested content or metadata from the crowdsourcing initiatives in their country, so that's not very common. The number of items ingested from crowdsourcing initiatives by responding national aggregators was more than 5,000 only in one country, that's in Finland. In others, it was less than 1,000. That's ingestion by the aggregator in the country, but it appears from the aggregator responses that no more than around 1,000 or so items from crowdsourcing initiatives have been ingested by Europeana from national aggregators. It is very small. Quite possibly this is an underestimate. Another activity exists. It's not very easy to get to a precise number here, but again, the number seems quite small. There were 8,500 from the Photo Consortium activity, the thematic aggregator. We were hearing from Antonella earlier about this. So that's a bigger contribution. But overall, it suggests a very limited operational pipeline at present for crowdsourced content within the Europeana ecosystem. In a context where over 50 million items from cultural heritage institutions are accessible through Europeana, this is a very small number. And we wonder whether a valuable contribution mightn't be achieved by increasing the pipeline. The main reasons cited by national aggregators as standing in the way of ingesting crowdsourced material was that they weren't always aware of them, they didn't know about them. This was followed closely by difficulties or uncertainties associated with technical issues, licensing, metadata or standards, and in 2 cases, they had policies which specifically don't enable their aggregation to deal with crowdsourced content. Slightly to my surprise, nobody said they didn't have enough resources or enough money to do it. Not many, only a couple of thematic aggregators responded to this, and I've mentioned the Photo Consortium already. Okay, so moving to conclusion then now. This is an outline of the findings to date. In conclusion, access to the content generated by digital heritage crowdsourcing initiatives is fragmented and requires significant effort. If you want to find something, you have to go to a number of sites, which you may or may not find easily. What, in my view, now needs to be investigated is whether it could be more joined up, made more easily retrievable, and preserved for the benefit of both users and creators. We also need to ask whether crowdsourced digital heritage currently holds added value and sufficient quality to justify effort to increase its aggregation within the European ecosystem and ingestion by Europeana. We need to address how the crowdsourcing campaigns generally generated centrally by Europeana to date are positioned in the whole European universe of crowdsourcing, and we look forward to hearing Milena's thoughts on this next. Milena's rather. How can Europeana and its network benefit by increasing community engagement and audience participation through crowdsourcing? Could Europeana and its ecosystem of aggregators and cultural heritage institutions play a stronger role in promoting widespread crowdsourcing projects and a more coordinated approach And could it help by standardizing methods, standards and infrastructure in this very, very heterogeneous field so as to promote sustainability and interoperability? And then finally, what's the scope for further cooperation with and between important neighboring crowdsourcing movements such as Wikimedia and citizen science? And I hope we'll hear a bit more about that from the next two presentations. So the next steps then, as I've mentioned, I'll be carrying out a range of follow-up interviews in the next few weeks. We'll have a webinar on the 15th of December. We'll then finalise before the end of the year the recommendations for consideration by Europeana, and then there's a final report. And then we'll see what happens next. As Maria mentioned earlier, I'm involved with Europeana through the management board of the Europeana Network Association. So I'm working with Milena, who's the manager of the Common Culture project. We ought to be able to kind of progress this a little bit within the Europeana broad framework, and we'll see how this all goes on. Okay, so thank you very much. And now I'm going to unshare and let Milena take over for the next session.
Yeah. Thank you, Rob. And hello to everyone. Welcome from the Netherlands. And thank you for joining this session. So I'll now share my presentation. So I won't be able to see the chat. So if you experience any problems with the sound or you don't see my slides, please shout so that I can correct this. Okay, so today I'd like to share our experience with crowdsourcing. As some of you might know, Europeana is Europe's platform for digital cultural heritage, founded and funded by the European Commission back in 2008. Our most visible part is the Europeana collections, available on europeana.eu, which currently showcases over 50 million digital cultural heritage items. The huge part of it are coming from cultural heritage institutions, over 3,700 institutions, but there is a small part which comes from crowdsourcing initiatives. Our experience with crowdsourcing initiatives started back in 2011 in the context of the Europeana 1914-1919 projects in cooperation with the University of Oxford. And as the name suggests, this project focused on collecting content around the First World War topic. Since then, we are getting user-generated content from two main sources. One is the Europeana campaigns, such as the continuation of the project called Europeana 1914-1918, as well as some editorial seasons like Europe at Work. The second source is the Europeana Generic Services Projects, and this is an annual program of the European Commission to support developments which contribute to the Europeana platform itself and to support cultural heritage institutions in their digital transformations. Some examples of such projects are Migration in Arts and Sciences, Enrich Europeana, Crowd Heritage, 50s Kaleidoscope, and Common Culture. So when we talk about crowdsourced contributions, we think of user-generated content, so the media files themselves you see on a website, or user-generated metadata. So these are the various types of enrichments, from geodata to language contribution and other important information. So let me tell you about the campaigns and the projects and what kind of contributions we got through them. First, I'll talk about Europeana own campaigns. The Europeana 1914-1918 is the longest standing and, in a way, our signature crowdsourcing campaign. Over the years, we organized 180 events called Collection Days in 24 countries. These collection days are physical events held in a particular country, which invites the general public to come and bring their personal memorabilia, the untold stories, and get them digitized and later showcased on Europeana. This initiative resulted at the moment for over 190,000 digitized objects and over 38,000 stories. Some of them are really touching, For example, the personal story of Markus Geiler. This is the Bible of his grandfather who participated in the First World War and which saved his life because, as you can see, part of the grenade was embedded in the Bible over which he was sleeping, and all the rest of his comrades were killed by this grenade, but him. Another source of crowdsourcing content is the editorial season we organize, and this example here is the Europe at Work campaign, which we ran in 2019 for over 6 months, so about 6 months. So within this campaign, we organized 15 events in 9 countries. And this resulted in over 1,000 digitized objects and over 182 stories. As the name suggests, these stories are all around industrial heritage, work conditions in Europe from the past centuries, but also to nowadays. Really interesting insights as well. European Generic Services projects bring, in addition to the content, more metadata enrichment and also some tools and services for crowdsourcing. The first one I want to mention is the migration in arts and sciences, because this is like the oldest one, started in 2017. And it collected stories on migration within, from, and to Europe. We organized 18 collection days in 12 countries together with 40 partners, and these were really well received with over 3,000 attendees and 600 stories shared. You can see some of the faces of these stories on this slide, and I invite you to explore more on the Europeana Migration collection online. Then we have a number of projects which deliver tools and metadata. These are Enrich Europeana is the first one. One of the important outcomes of this project is the Transcribathon platform. This is an online tool for transcribing, annotating, and georeferencing Europe's cultural heritage. We use this platform in 6 Transcribathons, so these are physical events, again, where we invite the general public to help us transcribe documents, in this case, mainly on the topics of First World War and 1989, so the fall of the Iron Curtain. This resulted in over 19,000 notations, so really contributed to enriching Europeana collections. The next example is the Crowd Heritage projects, which used another crowdsourcing tool, the Crowd Heritage platform, which allows, it's an open platform, which allows cultural heritage institutions to upload and to share their collections for enrichment by the crowd. Everyone is invited to contribute to this enrichment, to share its wisdom and knowledge on a particular topic. This tool was used in 6 crowdsourcing campaigns on fashion, music, sports, and European cities, which resulted in over 11,000 annotations. The same tool was used also in the 50s Kaleidoscope project for crowdsourcing campaign on the life of 1950s in Europe, and resulted in 8,000 annotations, over 8,000 annotations. And finally, I want to mention Common Culture, which is a bit unusual project in the sense that it doesn't directly contribute user-generated content or metadata. However, it looks at the bigger picture. And as you heard, Rob is currently conducting this study on the digital culture heritage crowdsourcing. And all the insights, which I'm sure will be very interesting, will be summarized in a report and also highlighted in the capacity building webinar in the middle of December. So what is our experience of the impact and value of the crowdsourcing? I think this is best summarized by this statement of one of our contributors and a partner in the migration campaign. I can give you some seconds to read through the whole statement, but for me, really the main outcome is in the last line. These collection days and this initiative really help build connections, not just collections. So for me, these are the 2 areas where crowdsourcing play a role to build the collection. So on the data side, because we are getting more content, we are getting more data and metadata, and as a result, we have a richer and more diverse Europeana collection. The better metadata also means that we get users get better search results, the content discoverability is improved, and we have more satisfied users. The other very important aspect or impact is with regard to user engagement. Stories are always very appealing to users. People connect to any item, being an image or text or anything, when there is this personal component. So therefore, by having crowdsourced content on Europeana collections, we really think that this will increase the user engagement. In addition to that, the users themselves feel more engaged when they feel they're contributing to a collection. And the collection days we held throughout the years really show that. We got a lot of personal quotes, how they feel happy about sharing their personal story, and also how they feel much stronger sense of much stronger connection to the community and much stronger sense of their European identity. Some of the tools like the Transcribathon also were very much appreciated in the educational settings because they are very interactive. They have elements of gamification. So students not only learn about a specific item, about a specific period, their local history or history of Europe in general, but also they learn some digital skills, how to transcribe, how to georeference, and to have some fun. So the whole experience is both informative, educational, and actually also fun. What's next on Europeana? Europeana 1940-1918, Migration and Europe at Work are ongoing initiatives. Everyone can go to the thematic collection website or to contribute.europeana.eu and share their personal story online. In addition to that, we have a new generic service project which launched just last month in October, Europeana Sports, which will collect personal stories and documents around the sport heritage in Europe. There will be collection days, including online collection days and, when possible, also physical one throughout next year. There is one project which is subject of funding, Enrich Europeana 2, and we hope very much that it will go ahead and build on the success of the first one. And finally, there is an area in the capacity building field where Europeana want to expand in terms of crowdsourcing. On Europeana Pro, we featured all the tools and services, as well as various information sources around crowdsourcing. You can find links to the Transcribathon and to Crowd Heritage platform, also guides and toolkits how to organize the collection days yourself, webinars, the report which Rob will produce, and many others. And we are currently working on a guideline for user-generated content at Europeana so that we can advise on the challenges connected to the process, because there are some challenges. Not everything is very rosy, and there are aspects to be addressed in terms of data aggregation, validation, and display on Europeana. So there is a lot of exciting developments to come. So please stay tuned, and of course reach to us in case you have any questions. Thank you very much.
So if you want to share, Milena, thank you very much. Yeah. We can hand over to Fiona. Yeah?
Hello. Can you just give me a wave, Rob, to let me know that everything is okay? Great, thank you. So, hi, thank you for having me. I'm Fiona Romeo. I'm the Senior Manager for GLAM and Culture at the Wikimedia Foundation. The foundation is the non-profit organisation that stewards Wikipedia, the free online encyclopedia that's created, edited, and verified by volunteers around the world. Its work is made possible thanks to donations from individual readers and editors. The Wikimedia vision is to imagine a world in which every single human being can freely share in the sum of all knowledge. And one thing I should probably underline in that vision in particular is the notion of freely sharing. So all of our content is open access, which means contributions need to be open licensed, and then everything that we create is also open licensed to the public. Wikipedia, as I'm sure most of you will already know, is a free encyclopedia. It's actually written in 300 languages by volunteers around the world. Wikipedia had more than 20 billion page views in August 2020. But I think more importantly, we see more than 200,000 editors contribute to Wikimedia projects every month. And it's not just Wikipedia. There are a whole suite of other projects. I think the ones that are the most interesting for digital heritage, and these are the ones I'll talk about some more, are Wikimedia Commons, Wikidata, and Wikisource. So Wikimedia Commons is the world's largest free-to-use, so open access, library of illustrations, photos, drawings, videos, and music. There are more than 47 million media files, primarily images. There isn't so much kind of video and music there yet. Sharing and reusing images and other media files via Commons has allowed all sorts of libraries and cultural institutions to take advantage of that broad public audience that I mentioned earlier that we see on Wikipedia. So every kind of organization, from the massive National Archives and Metropolitan Museum in the US to more specialized institutions like the Ethnographic Tropen Museum in the Netherlands, or a small research museum of veterinary anatomy in Sao Paulo. And what we find is that sort of those museums, almost regardless of their size and reach outside of the Wikimedia platforms, can really enjoy access to these large and distributed global audiences. Wikidata, which Rob mentioned earlier, is a platform that lots of institutions are already using for their crowdsourcing activities, is basically a collaboratively edited database of structured information. Just this year, which is the 8th anniversary of Wikidata, we passed the milestone of there being more than 1 billion statements added to Wikidata by volunteers. So structuring data into a machine-readable format makes it easier to view, search, edit, curate, use, and reuse files. It's a sort of Wikipedia of data. Wikidata provides a general framework for bridging the metadata, vocabularies, and languages used by institutions to describe their collections. This opens up new possibilities for discovery and connection across repositories, and of, really importantly, starting to weave institutional knowledge into the semantic web. A great example of Wikidata's possibilities for digital heritage in particular is a project in our community called the Sum of All Paintings. As the name implies, the project's goal is to create a comprehensive catalogue of all the paintings hanging in public galleries around the world. Through the community's efforts, there's now a growing corpus of more than 250,000 paintings indexed and listed on Wikidata, with a normalized metadata model and corresponding images on Wikimedia Commons. Wikisource, the third project I'm going to introduce to you, is a library of freely licensed source texts and historical documents, including everything from poetry to government documents, the constitutions of many countries, and general literature. It's basically digitized images of texts and documents, often pulled through from Wikimedia Commons or the Internet Archive, that are transcribed by volunteers, and when they're complete, made available as ebooks. Now, while I'll admit that it's not yet the most user-friendly transcription platform, it can feel quite sort of technical and time-consuming in places. It's available in more than 70 languages. And what that means is that it's the only transcription project that's readily available for most languages in the rest of the world. And we're finding it's therefore a really important platform for language preservation and revitalization. And we see communities using it sort of expressly for that purpose. But by sort of digitizing and sharing books and other texts on Wikisource, this is something that's vitally important to our emerging communities, like the Bengali Wikimedians, for instance, in building fully searchable, citable digital libraries to grow open knowledge about their culture and their texts. If you're a user of Wikipedia, I'm sure at some point you've stumbled onto a citation needed tag on an article page, where it's one of the most commonly used tags on Wikipedia, and it's basically saying that the content needs to be verified by adding some sources that kind of back up the information that's on the page.
For communities in the global south, citation needed statements can be a reminder of how important it is to digitize those sources from local cultural heritage and indigenous knowledge systems so that they're ready for integration in Wikipedia and available as part of the world's knowledge. Importantly, as Milena was saying about the Europeana initiatives as well, it's not just about the technical platforms. Wikimedia is also a global community. And one of the most important stories within this story of community is the collaboration between Wikimedians and galleries, libraries, archives, museums, and other knowledge and memory holding institutions, all united by the common goal of preserving cultural heritage and sharing knowledge with the world. There have been hundreds of partnerships of this kind around the world so far. Many of our most successful editing campaigns, in fact, have been supported by libraries and cultural institutions. They've been vital partners, particularly for those kind of on-site, on-the-ground convenings where people get together to edit together. One of those thons that Rob mentioned earlier. So a typical Wikipedia editathon usually starts with training in Wikipedia editing. There are some sort of technical details about how you edit pages. There are also lots of conventions and policies that people need to be introduced to. There will be a work list of pages that need to be edited, often to address content gaps, such as women's biographies or Black history, areas that we know aren't as well represented on Wikimedia projects as they should be. And the host institution typically provides a space and resources such as books, manuscripts, and other sources for the editing work. Libraries, archives, and museums have always been sites of knowledge production. Wikipedia editathons put their reading rooms and study spaces to a new use within this long-standing tradition, creating a broad point of entry for sharing institutional knowledge and expertise into Wikimedia communities. And these events have really helped to grow Wikipedia, expand the reach of collections, and have brought countless new contributors into our movement, actually. The widespread reach of initiatives like Art and Feminism, Wiki Loves Women, and AfroCrowd projects embody the persuasiveness of these kinds of activities. But as I mentioned earlier, the barriers to entry for Wikimedia projects, particularly some of the more technical ones like Wikidata, can be quite high, and there are both technical and social challenges. Increasingly, the Foundation's kind of product development teams and also volunteers and affiliates within the movement are focused on how we can more effectively scaffold contributions. And there you sort of see the emergence of more micro contribution tools that allow people to make one small addition or improvement as their way to kind of start their broader engagement with Wikimedia. So one of the most successful initiatives of this kind is One Lib, One Ref, which is run actually twice a year. It invites librarians from all over the world to add a reference to the article of their choice on Wikipedia. And we've kind of figured out that if each librarian in the world spent 15 minutes a year to add a source to an article with a reference needed banner, it would be possible to improve the reliability of 350,000 articles. Another sort of micro contribution campaign was organized by a Wikimedia affiliate called Whose Knowledge. It's called Visible Wiki Women, and it's a campaign to add images of notable women to Wikimedia projects, addressing the fact that less than 20% of Wikipedia articles of important women have pictures now. The final one is a community developed tool called the ISA tool, which is a mobile interface to quickly add structured information, such as a caption or statements about what is depicted in an image to a collection of predefined images. And that's a tool that anyone with items on Wikimedia Commons could use to crowdsource that sort of information from their communities. We also see that some of our long-term institutional partners who've been working with Wikimedia for a while are also learning how to set new editors up for success. So a good example of this is the Smithsonian American Women's History Initiative. They've started having their curators and researchers within the Smithsonian developing long lists of women for inclusion in Wikimedia projects. To set their editors up for success, they create a spreadsheet which links those names to lots of potential sources that demonstrate the notability of those women, but also give the editors sources they can use to write an article. And they also make images available on Wikimedia Commons that can be used to illustrate those articles. it was interesting when Rob was presenting on motivations for crowdsourcing earlier. One of the top motivations was kind of people's own interest and curiosity. And when thinking about how Wikimedia platforms maybe differ from some of the other digital heritage crowdsourcing initiatives, I think one really important distinction is that all of the contributions on Wikimedia projects are primarily led by the curiosity of the volunteers themselves. The Wikimedia Foundation in particular does not set the editorial direction of projects and does not actually edit content on the platforms. The volunteers working on Wikimedia projects set their own goals, find their own collaborators, and collectively negotiate the protocols for their work, whether that's like the data mapping that they're going to use to link to different databases, the sort of images that they're hoping to collect. All of those protocols are negotiated within the group of collaborators according to their own interests. I think another distinction is that many of our most successful culture initiatives are not actually focused on the collections and material held by libraries and cultural institutions. So some of our biggest campaigns address underrepresented knowledge and intangible heritage. So the image on the screen right now is one of the winners of last year's Wiki Loves Folklore, which is an international photography contest organized by the Wikimedia community to document more intangible cultural heritage in different regions of the world. And our projects are typically global in scope. So what we're doing is really connecting across cultures. Like the Wiki Loves Folklore campaign, there's a Wiki Loves Monuments photography contest every year. But aligned with that, there's a Wikidata project to create an inventory of all public databases about built heritage with sort of agreed ontologies and a multilingual thesauri. The data and images are then fed into info boxes and lists on Wikipedia. So you have the images on Wikimedia Commons, the data on Wikidata, and it all comes together and is integrated within Wikipedia itself. We do face some of the same challenges that were described by Rob and Milena today, such as the kind of integration of enhanced data that's generated through these crowdsourcing initiatives back into the databases of the contributing institutions. So this kind of virtuous circle where contributing institutions make material available, it's enhanced by volunteers. And I think we all want to see those enhancements then go back into the originating institution. But I would say, even though we've also seen that this is relatively limited, at least due to the openness of our platforms, the enhanced material is immediately available for further development, correction, or reuse by the contributors or anyone else who finds it valuable. So I'll just conclude by showing the strategic direction for the wider Wikimedia movement. It's a very big ambition that we're working towards. We want Wikimedia to become the essential infrastructure of the ecosystem of free knowledge, and anyone who shares our vision will be able to join us. And I think this strategic direction is very relevant to the question posed by Robert earlier, which was how should Wikimedia work more deliberately within this broader crowdsourcing ecosystem in tandem with aligned movements like Europeana and citizen science and others. It seems to me that there could be many opportunities for shared practices and cooperative software development. And I'm also really curious about what role platforms like Wikidata and Wikimedia Commons could play in post-project hosting and dissemination of data, images, and transcriptions. Okay, I'm going to stop there. So thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Fiona, for that. If you'd like to unshare, if you haven't already, I'll just put something else not very interesting up so we can defocus on your presentation, as it were. So anyway, at the moment we don't have anything in the chat. Oh, we have one in the chat box, which I'll just take a look at now. Yeah. In case of, oh yes, it says this, I think, is for you, Fiona. In case of contradiction of information, who makes the final editing decision? This is from Lama Musa.
So that is decided in public on-talk pages between all of the individual contributors. It will be discussed, they'll bring in sort of evidence and sources for why they've done it in a particular way, and then eventually the community reaches a consensus. Increasingly, like, we're starting to look a little bit more into how we verify information. So there's a research project at Wikidata at the moment where they're trying to sort of dynamically compare some of the source databases and the information as it's enhanced and corrected on Wikidata to know where those things differ, and to kind of surface that so that editors can consider like which source is the most correct, and potentially that information also gets fed back to contributing institutions. But as I said, the foundation itself doesn't have editorial responsibility, so we leave it to the community to kind of discuss those things in public and reach a consensus.
Thanks, Fiona. Now, I'm happy to open the floor now to anyone who's got any specific questions they'd like to ask any one of us, or all of us. Unmute yourselves. I think you can do that, and you please feel free to speak. Are there any questions? Marinos, don't tell me you don't have a question. You always have a question.
No, no. Surprise, surprise, Rob. No, I don't have. This time the workshop was excellent, and I have only one comment. Thank you very much. It was very good contribution. Milena, well done, and especially from Wikipedia. I learned a lot. Yes, I learned a lot. We need just only to find a way to support more Europeana and Wikipedia.
We very much look forward to that. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's the call to the community now listening. Yeah. And,
yes.
It's also because it's an international community, and of course an international community going beyond the borders of Europe. Even in case they have in their hands content related to Europe, that will be great if they make it accessible. Yeah. In whatever possible way, of course, yeah?
Yeah.
That's about memory, about knowledge. So it's good.
Yeah.
Yes, I'd like to ask anyone out there listening a question, a general question, which is, I mean, I think that crowdsourcing initiatives in their own right, even if they're very local and not very widely disseminated, have a value and shouldn't be discouraged at all. But do people think that it's worthwhile trying to bring about more, not total, but more commonality, more standardization, more availability of tools, along a slightly more better known and more integrated way than we have at present? Is it worth making this effort in the interest of retrievability, discovery, interoperability, and all the other things that we love very much? And then specifically to Milena and to Fiona, is there anything more you can add about how Wiki things and Europeana might work together? Because this intrigues me at the moment, because I know that there are relations between the two. You do things together and have done for quite a long time, but it's not completely clear to me in which direction this is heading. And I wonder whether you've got anything to say about that.
Yeah, I think Fiona already mentioned in the chat that we've done projects together in the past, editathons, and yeah, I mean, she said Europeana has been a great partner for Wikipedia, and I can only say the same on our side. I know that for a while we haven't been active, but I think now when the crowdsourcing initiative are picking up also internally, and we want to really build a bit more experience in that area through the projects, through the initiative, through strategic partnerships, then yeah, we are open to explore. I can't mention anything specific in the very near future, but I'm very open, and I'm sure my colleagues are as well, the one involved in the more operational aspects, to explore such a relationship.
Yeah, and I would just add that where images are openly licensed, Europeana has been a great partner in making those available on Commons. Definitely Europeana's metadata is available within Wikidata, so it's connected to Wikidata IDs and then through to Getty, Thesauri and other important vocabularies. I think maybe we haven't had such a focused conversation about crowdsourcing, and that would be a good thing for us just to have a conversation, you know, after this session at some point about that. But yeah, I think there has been a really long-standing and productive partnership between the two organizations.
Thank you very much, both. Let's hope that we can take that forward. Okay, if no one else has a question or an observation, I'm handing this back to Marinos as the overall super Uber chair to allow us to have a longer coffee break or some other device. Would anybody else like to say anything? Please feel free to. So we bored you into a state of complete silence. Okay, thank you very much, everybody, for coming. Very good to talk to you.
Thank you very much, Rob. Thank you very much, Europeana, Milena, and Fiona, Wikipedia. It was very nice, well done workshop. We learned a lot, and it will help us even more. From our side, we will continue the discussion directly with both organizations. We have a lot to do. In our agenda, at least, from our side, there is a lot to be done. And thank you very much, Rob, for the good idea and all this opportunity within the Europeana Common project. Yeah, thanks a lot. Now we will continue, of course, with the conference, but now it's a break time period. Therefore, I will say that we will meet back again here earlier, and we will start with the next session at least 20 minutes earlier. So therefore, if the first speakers are available, then it will be nice to start earlier and give also more time for discussion and presentation. That will be nice. Otherwise, of course, we will continue on time without any problem, yeah? If the speakers are not available and so on. So we break now for our lunch and see you soon. Back again on the air. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
And Marina.
Bye.
Bye.